everyone, and welcome to CoinDesk Live. We are coming to you from the Midnight Summit in London, England. I'm Jen Sanasi.
And I am Sam Ewan.
Sam, here we are. We are in London. For folks at home, the Midnight Summit is all about creativity, collaboration, and most importantly, privacy. I know you've been working very closely with the Midnight team over the past year, having this conversation about privacy all over the world. So Sam, I think you should be the one kicking us off here. Talk to us a little bit about those conversations that you've been having and what that tells us about what we can expect from the summit over the next 2 days.
Yeah, well, you know, Jen, today is Cypher Day, and this is really the summit that focuses on privacy generally as a whole. And a lot of folks are here from different ecosystems, but a lot of builders as well who want to build on Midnight. Midnight, which is still in its, it hasn't even had its TGE yet. It is really in the mining stage right now of Midnight, which we could talk about in a bit. But really, it's the idea that there's a privacy layer that you can put on top of right now 8 different chains that allows you to shield certain transactions. And the way that they describe, which I think is really interesting, is these days, if you think of what a Robinhood does or some of the other brokerages, people often will look at the signals of how trades are being done and then try to front run that information, right? We see that happen in crypto all the time. And so the idea could be that you could obscure some of that data, so maybe a big brokerage firm or a big VC or hedge fund may not want to signal what it's going to do beforehand. And so what if we could obscure that? Similarly, the way that you and I could obscure our personal data. Maybe I don't want my phone number or my passport out there. We could shield that as well. And so Midnight really is a layer that allows people to sort of make programmable decisions about what they want to be private versus what they want to be exposed, and then also be able to, like, in essence, burn those keys, right? I may give you something and say after 3 days, now it's enough, you've had enough time. It's something that crypto really is asking for, and we know, we've had these discussions. Privacy is at the front of everyone's mind right now with Zcash, Monero, Midnight. There's been a big sort of raise in the awareness of people wanting something that is core to the ethos of the crypto set, which was, let's not replicate TradFi, where they really just sort of milk and monetize our data. Own your own money, be your own money, and have control over how people are exposed to that data.
Like you said, Midnight has not had its mainnet launch yet. They did have the Glacier airdrop, which was very successful. We're going to hear from some folks about that today. But the conversation around privacy, like you said, Sam, is super important. I think for a really long time, people felt like they needed to choose between privacy and convenience. And I think the conversations that we're going to have here today are really going to reveal that with good design, with a good technological foundation, you don't need to make that choice. That will be there for you already. It's interesting being here in the UK. I don't know if you noticed, but when I open my phone, I open the apps that I usually go to, the social media apps, whatever, the news apps. There's more, accept cookies, reject cookies. There's a lot more of that here in Europe than we experience in the United States. We're going to talk about that from a regulatory perspective a little bit later, but it's just all kind of coming to this conversation that is similar to the one that you and I have had at prior events, right? We're talking about the next iteration of finance, the next iteration of social, the next iteration of the internet, and I think that's all about ownership and choice.
Yeah, let's not mistake, the kind of first version of the internet was really one that was peer-to-peer, and it was relatively private. If you were on bulletin boards, if you were in early email systems, you kind of controlled it the way you wanted to control. And then, when we made it easier, the Netscape started, and then Gmail and all this, it sort of turned it into a different beast, where that suddenly said, how are we going to make money? Well, we're going to make money by advertising against these people. And that's really the beginning, I think, of where things started to go awry. Because I think we've made many people billionaires through this, but at the expense of people having to be the engine that feeds them the food that becomes data that other people can then buy against. And I think there's a lot of folks now who are starting to say, there's got to be a better way.
Well, that's exactly it, right? In Web 2, data became currency, and a lot of people didn't really understand what they were giving up to participate in these platforms, right? And I think that it left a lot of folks feeling helpless, like stuck in a system where if I want to participate and do what everyone in my network is doing, I just have to give this up. And it's really nice to see that there are alternative options where I can now take the reins of my data. I hope we have a conversation throughout the day about the terms and conditions that a lot of the big Web 2 players have. You know, there's regulation like the GDPR here in the UK that says that the text has to be easy to understand, and it's not, and so I really hope to unpack that as we move on throughout the day.
Absolutely. I know we should go to the main stage. They're going to start. So I think we're going to go there. When we come back, we'll chat about what they're talking about.
Let's go to the main stage now. Midnight President Fahmy Syed is going to be discussing the 3 pillars of Midnight, and after, we'll hear from former Chancellor George Osborne.
To be here. Great stuff. Also, trick question. No one made you disclose that, but thank you. Anyway, yeah, privacy joke. I can't imagine there's many good privacy jokes, but I started with one. Anyway, thank you for joining us, whether you're here in person or on the live stream. We've got a really diverse audience here of builders, ecosystem makers, influencers, all sorts. We also have a very international audience. This is such an amazing day, or 2 days, to have the Web3 ecosystem together around the topic of rational privacy. So why are we here? I mean, we're here to explore the future of privacy, as I've alluded to a couple of times. We're looking at decentralized apps. We're looking at blockchain innovation. This is a time for collaboration. It's a time for community coming together, building together, testing the barriers of what's possible, and doing things that are new. We're here to learn, experiment, and build through code. It's not just discussions, though. Obviously, thought leadership is all well and good, but we want to create genuine things from this summit. As a result of that, we also have the hackathon. This is more than just a side event. It's a really important part of the event, and we're going to build new code around AI, healthcare, finance, governance, and identity. So, it's now time for the agenda slide. Here's a taster of what's coming up. In fact, I'm not sure if you guys can see it on the screen, if that's coming through. You can just see me at the moment. But what I will say is that today is Cypher Day. That means we have discussions on privacy in blockchain, privacy for institutions, and privacy in public life. These are topics that are absolutely huge, and we're going beyond finance as well. This isn't just about DeFi. This is about the future of privacy rights and individual liberties. So really important and big stuff. Today, we're all about understanding and shaping the next generation of blockchain. We've got some big speakers coming up. Obviously, as many of you will be aware, we have a fireside chat later with George Osborne, former Chancellor of the Exchequer. We also have the main man, Charles Hoskinson, talking us through the roadmap for Midnight, so we know what to expect, what's coming up. We also then have a series of panel debates where we'll go into all the biggest topics in innovation, security, even stable coins. We'll look at the reclaiming the soul of the internet, some really, really important stuff. And for those of you that are here with us in person, we also have a bit of a secret keynote. More on that later. I can't disclose any information on it. Such is the nature of this event and of that speech. So now on to housekeeping, the bit you were all looking forward to, the sexy, sexy housekeeping. What you need to know is there is no planned fire alarm at this event. So if you do hear a fire alarm, that means something is probably on fire, and you should make your way to the lower ground square lawn. So it's not like at school where you hear a fire alarm and there's no actual fire. Bear that in mind. Also, we want to know what you think about the event. So we have the QR code that will be on the screen at certain points throughout the day. I don't think you can see it now, but when that comes up, make sure to scan it and give us your thoughts on how the event is and what we can do to make it even better, because we plan to do more events just like this. So it's time to begin our content. This is content with purpose, content with intent. We're here to discuss rational privacy and building within an ecosystem that enables freedom by design. we're going to operate with this idea that privacy is power when shared. Now, what does that mean? It's quite a lofty topic. I think our first speaker will help us through that and help us to understand that. Our first speaker, of course, is the president of the Midnight Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Fahmi Syed.
Hello, London. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you here to the first ever Midnight Summit, to my hometown of London. And where better to talk about midnight, to talk about privacy, than the home of time, Greenwich, where the meridian date timeline comes about. And what a wonderful building we're in, a historic building. You may have noticed we've got the decorators in, so it's looking smart, beautiful. And we're going to talk about privacy, and we'll talk about why privacy, freedom, and fairness is the structures that unlock blockchain's true potential. But before I go into my keynote, just a little secret that exists in this building today. Before this building became known as the Royal Naval College, it was a palace of Greenwich, and Henry VIII was born underneath our very feet in this very building. So that's a secret that this building keeps. And secrets are important. Privacy is important. So we'll talk about why that will unlock the future potential of blockchain. So, but I want to take you back in time, just for a little bit. So please, humor me. Blockchain started with a promise. In 2008, Satoshi released the Bitcoin white paper, and the first block was mined in 2009. But in 2008, that white paper dropped just a few weeks after the great financial crisis. And if you lived through that period, then what that taught you was that the very money you worked very hard to earn, the salary that you put in the bank, the very assets you owned, didn't belong to you. Think about that. You work 9 to 5, 40 hours a week, 50 hours a week, wherever it may be. The assets that you saved were owned by the banks. The very financial institutions that were meant to protect you were gambling away those assets. They wrote you an IOU. And when you needed it most, when your businesses were failing, or when you thought there was a bank run, you could not access that. That sounds strange, but that's true. I lived through that. I worked at a hedge fund at the time. And millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars were locked up in banks which could not be accessed. So what Bitcoin promised was a different kind of ownership. What Bitcoin showed was the ability to have direct ownership of your assets, peer-to-peer transactions, without borders, without censorship, without intermediaries. Super powerful. And Bitcoin was the first generation of blockchain, the first to show you could have decentralized money, decentralized assets. And then Ethereum came along, the second generation, which showed you could have programmability, smart contracts, which did the work of individuals. So that then unlocked more potentials, DeFi, NFTs, and far beyond. And then came the third generation, which was all about scalability and interoperability. Cardano, Polkadot, Solana. And when you think about those chains and where we are today, we keep talking about faster. Faster is better. But that's not always true, because even with the speed of some of the chains we have today, we haven't seen mass adoption. No major business is running their technology using blockchain. They may be tokenized here and there. No major asset manager is actually managing their wealth on-chain. And there's a reason for that, because all the blockchains that I've described came with a compromise. That compromise was transparency. Blockchains are a truth layer, but the truth was only possible because everybody had a copy. Everybody could see what you were doing, when you were doing it, who you were transacting with, and everything that you did was not only transparent, but transparent forever, immutable. And that transparency compromises your privacy. So we believe Midnight is the fourth generation of blockchains that brings privacy into this technology, that ushers in widespread adoption, because we believe that we are delivering the missing piece. And that missing piece is rational privacy. You've heard me speak about it before, but I'm going to just ask you to participate in a small survey for me, if you may. So, I would like you to raise your hands, please, everybody. Just put them up in the air. Just one hand is fine. And keep your hands raised if any of the answers to the following questions are true. And please lower your hands if they are false. Keep your hands raised if, during this next 2 or 3 days at the summit, you're willing to come up to me and tell me your name. So the majority of you. You're willing to tell me where you work or what you're developing. Great. You're willing to tell me where you traveled from. You're willing to tell me your salaries. Oh. You're willing to tell me how much assets you have in the bank. That is rational privacy. The ability to determine what you share, when you share it, with whom you share it. That conversation, those interactions, create a level of authenticity, of trust. And ultimately, in business or any relationship, is built on trust. But trust comes from privacy. And within Midnight, we're bringing privacy by default. The ability to have fully shielded transactions from the outset, protecting not only your data, but more importantly, your metadata. Who you are is just as important as what you do. But privacy alone is not enough. You need disclosures by choice, just like we did in this room today. The ability to disclose information. And the smart contract language within Midnight enables that. You present proofs. Your data doesn't even touch the blockchain. Your data doesn't need to be on a blockchain. Proof of your identity, proof of who you are, what you are, where you are, with people that you want to share that with. The whole world does not need to know what you're doing. Through proof, you get verifiable truth. And through disclosures, what we allow every one of you to do as a user, as a developer, as a corporate, as a machine, is to disclose selectively. That's very powerful. But rational privacy alone is not enough. We also believe in cooperative economics. So, cooperative economics is bringing a change to how blockchains work. Blockchains today are tribalist. Why? Because you have to own the blockchain that you transact in. Modern technology is not built around ownership. You lease cloud servers. Gone are the days where your CTO said, I need my server physically in my building. You lease databases through companies like Snowflake. In fact, you lease knowledge through AI nowadays. Who does any research? The first protocol is either Google, Gemini, ChatGPT. You're renting that, and yet in every blockchain you have to own it. I'm going to ask for another show of hands. Who owns an Apple iPhone here? Keep your hands raised if you paid for your Apple iPhone in Apple shares. No. You pay for your phone, you pay for technology using fiat. Fiat is your gas fee, it's your utility. Your Apple shares are speculations, they're speculative assets. Yet in every blockchain, Ethereum, Bitcoin, Solana, Cardano, the very asset you buy and you speculate on to go up in value is the very asset you cannibalize to pay for your goods, for your transactions. It makes no sense. And what happens when that asset gets to $1 million? What happens to transactions, utility on the network? You can't provide any predictability around capacity or cost. So at midnight, we're changing things. Everybody has been participating in the glacier drop or the scavenger mine. Why? Because you're trying to claim Night. Night is the ownership and governance token of Midnight. It gives you access, gives you rights on that network. You got to say how it's governed in the future. It will go up and down in value. It'll be a volatile asset like other crypto assets. But it's not your gas fee. Instead, Night emits dust. Dust is your gas fee. It's your computational resource. It's your private computational resource, which allows you to present fully shielded transactions at midnight. But dust is not a token with a value. It decays. So it avoids some of the compliance issues that we're seeing with other privacy chains. And because Night emits dust, if you can predict how much transactions you're committing, you know how much dust you need. And if you know how much dust you need, then you know how much Night you need to own. Night is plugging you into the electricity grid. Dust is your electricity supply. Want more electricity? Own more Night, plug into more grids, more stations gives you more supply, more capacity. But the beauty about dust is that it also means you don't need to own the network to participate. Many of you who've claimed Night, many large exchanges, custodians, will be large holders of Night, creating large capacity in dust. Now, as a large corporate, a Web2 business, or even a Web3 chain that is different to Midnight, you can now lease capacity. You can lease consumption. For the first time, you can have blockchain as a service. We encourage every chain to come work with us, where Midnight's privacy-enabling capabilities can extend into other networks. Pay for it in ADA, or Sol, or Bitcoin. We want to encourage everybody to come and work with Midnight, because we believe privacy is what unlocks the future. So Midnight, with those functionalities around rational privacy, with the cooperative tokenomic model, unlocks the true potential of blockchain. We've got to move away from the fad of trading tokens. Token go up, everybody's happy, token go down. We're all writing on Reddit, X, and other things, calling each other out. We should work together to build a better future. Blockchain is a truth layer, and Midnight becomes that truth layer, that infrastructure layer, the meta chain, the privacy engine to Web3 and Web2. And over the coming days, you'll hear from many of our community developers who are working and coming to Midnight to build because of that potential. You'll hear from some of our partners, large collaborations, small innovative collaborations, who've come to Midnight because of what we can unlock. Cooperation, not competition, is key to widespread adoption. And underpinning all of that are the freedoms of ACE. The freedom of association without permission. Think about it. I'm sure we have many sports fans in here today. You should be able to associate to your team in a free and accessible way. You should be able to make comments about that team without getting ridiculed. That freedom is an important part of who we are, both as individuals and as nation states and beyond. We should have the freedom of commerce. So going back to the guiding principles of Bitcoin, that ability to trade with whomever you want, whenever you want, without restriction. I'm going to name a controversial person. Who's heard of Nigel Farage? So Nigel Farage is a right-wing politician in the UK. He has strong views about immigration and other matters. I don't personally agree with many of his views. But what I support him on is the fact that his bank decided to unbank him because of his political views. I don't know if he was a good customer, a bad customer in terms of how much assets he held, minimum transactions. But nobody deserves the right to be prevented from access to any kind of commerce because of views. I look around the faces here in this room. We come from far and wide, from many continents. We are all different. We should embrace those differences. And the last one is the freedom of expression without censorship. We should all have the right to express our views. Like, I think the ceiling up there is beautiful. Somebody may disagree. They might not like flying cherubs and other elements like that. But that's your entitlement. Too often, we are controlled by and gated by central actors. About a month ago, many of us suffered issues accessing websites or applications. Why? Because an AWS server on the east coast of the US went out. And what we realized was suddenly our access was gated by a central actor. And actually, when you extend that further, 3 corporations control 90% of cloud servers and access. 3. They can determine if you get access to their services. They can determine whether that information is maybe shared without your knowledge. That's not fair. That's not right. I think many of you here today, you share those sentiments. So the freedoms of ACE are very core and very important to Midnight and what we are trying to present to the world. There is a different way, a different type of ownership, a different type of access. So the freedoms of ACE are critical to a fairer digital future. Sorry, I'm going to correct myself. To a fairer future. Because let's be honest, everything we do nowadays is digital. So I've explained why Midnight, what matters, why we care about rational privacy and cooperative tokenomics. But it'll be remiss of me not to talk about our fair distribution model, about the glacier drop. The claim phase lasted for just over 3 months, and we're right now almost at the end of the scavenger mine. And we've been absolutely staggered by how people have come. We're looking at one of the largest token distributions in blockchain history. We had a story to tell. We thought privacy mattered, and we wanted people to have access. We believed so strongly in the technology, we gave 100% of supply away. And we said, come and grab it. Come and grab your stake. No different to the pioneers who came to the US a couple of centuries ago and claimed their stake in the land. We said, come and claim your stake in Midnight. And we've distributed, or by the end of the Great Scavenger Mine, which is in a few days, more than 4 billion Night tokens will have been distributed. That's a big number. And right now in the scavenger mine, and including the claim phase, more than 8 million addresses are actively participating. Now, it's hard to quantify what does 8 million mean. So actually this morning, the number was 8.5, and I think it's increasing by roughly 100,000 a day. So by the end, we'll probably get to 9 million. That's the population of the City of London. This great city, my hometown that you're in, it's 9 million people. We've just got all of London to come and claim and participate. Think about that. So I just want to finish by talking about what rational privacy is. It's not about hiding. Often people think about privacy as about hiding. It's about choice. Privacy gives you an element of choice. Just like we discovered in the survey you all took part in. You have a choice of whether you disclose information or not. It gives you freedom. That choice gives you freedom. And when you combine choice with freedom, it gives you empowerment. We want to empower each and every one of you with Midnight, with the technology that we've built, so everybody sees this as the future, as the fourth generation of blockchain. So we're going to play a little video. It's an anthem that we put together around highlighting what it means. So it's time to break free. So I'll be here over the next couple of days. The wonderful team from the Midnight Foundation are here, from Shielded Technologies are here, also from IO. Come find us. Come tell us your story. Come tell us what you want to achieve. Let us help you. Let us listen. Let us deliver for you. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Farmi. Thank you. Excellent start to the day. I kind of realized when I came out earlier, I didn't really introduce myself. I was too busy trying to make jokes about privacy. So quickly, just so you know, my name's Ian Horn. Some of you will know me as a former head of content at Money 2020, where I programmed Europe's biggest fintech agenda. I'm also the author of a book called Why DeFi Matters. And actually, the reason I wrote that book was very associated with many of the things that Farmi was talking about there, such as delivering on the promise of Bitcoin and of decentralized finance. My background is also in the traditional finance world. I spent years networking with financial advisors and wealth managers. And when Farmi speaks of asset managers not managing assets on chain, that is the kind of thing that I found very interesting a few years ago when all of this was coming through. Privacy, if it proves to be the big unlock, which I believe it is a huge step forward and will allow so much money to move in such better ways. We really are at the start of something truly exciting. Now, my handwriting is terrible, but while Farmi was speaking, I took some notes there. A few things that really stood out to me. I mean, firstly, what he finished with: choice, freedom, empowerment. These are things we all want to fight for, right? These are things we can all be passionate about. And when we think about our work being bigger than just numbers, bigger than just building the future of finance, we are really creating a better ecosystem for the future. Another few things I like: the freedom of association, freedom of commerce, freedom of expression. These things are all so important and built upon cooperative economics. So much starting off the day to get us excited. I'm really excited by the idea of building upon this now and seeing what this looks like in terms of policy. And also the keyword, and I say the keyword for today, but this is a keyword for financial services since time began: trust. If we don't have trust, none of this works. Finance is about people as much as it is about tech, if not more so. About people. So the next session that we have is one that we're all very excited about. We have former Chancellor of the Exchequer, George Osborne, who is now a partner at Roby Warshaw LLP. He's going to be joined on stage by Martin Arnold of the Financial Times. So everyone, please, a big welcome to the stage for George Osborne and Martin Arnold.
Well, hello, and it's great to be here. My name is Martin Arnold. I'm the financial regulation editor at the Financial Times, and the person you're all here to hear from is George Osborne, who of course was former Chancellor of the Exchequer from 2010 to 2016, and since then he's been the editor of the Evening Standard, he's been chair of the British Museum. He is a partner at the US investment bank Evercore. He also hosts the Politics podcast, Political Currency, but most relevantly for all of you here at this audience, he has since the start of last year been advising the US crypto exchange Coinbase. So George, it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for joining us. Let's start with the big picture, something that I write a lot about, which is regulation of this fast-growing industry. And the UK, you've been quite critical of how the UK is addressing this and how regulators are starting to propose rules for this market, warning that we could be missing the boat as the US and other jurisdictions pull ahead. Why do you think the UK has been so hesitant, and what are the consequences if they don't start to move a little bit faster?
First of all, Martin, it's great to be here, and thank you to the Midnight Foundation for putting this all on. I'm going to start with this building. So I think most of you will look at this incredible building and the buildings around it and think, wow, this is an amazing piece of history. But I think if you were to rewind the clock 200 years, this was the center, the global center of innovation, of technology, of finance, right here. I mean, this was the complex that was running the Royal Navy at the time, which was the world's single most sophisticated organization at the time, the most technologically advanced organization at the time. And Britain has in its past been at the center of those developments, and one of the legacies of that was and remains that Britain is this great global financial center, which if you go and look across the river, you can see the towers of Canary Wharf. And what I find very frustrating as someone who was the Chancellor of the Exchequer here is that essentially we have allowed this next development in financial markets and in financial disintermediation and in currency, and not to completely pass us by, but we've allowed essentially other jurisdictions to take the lead. And if you go back 10 years ago, just over 10 years ago, when I was still Chancellor, in the Canary Wharf Tower, which you can see, the original tower at the heart of Canary Wharf, I took some Bitcoin out of a Bitcoin ATM. It was the first ATM in Britain, and as the finance minister, I was turning up on camera to show that we welcomed this innovation. This wasn't something we were scared of. This wasn't like a bad thing that we wanted to shut down. I mean, the annoying thing was I had to hand the Bitcoin back for proprietary reasons, but if I held on to it, that would have been a different story. But, that was 10 years ago. It was like a long time ago. And in the 10 years since, an age in the life of crypto. And, we've gone from being a kind of front runner to now suddenly, like other jurisdictions, I'm not saying we're alone in this, playing catch up, particularly with the US. And I think there was a moment when we could have gotten, stolen a march a bit, established London even more so, because it's already got big advantages of the financial center it is, a lot of the technology that is done here, a lot of the AI companies, originated here, or some of them did anyway. And we've kind of now we're playing a bit catch up. Now, that doesn't mean everything's lost at all. It's just a bit frustrating because we've missed a few years when we could have made this the place where it all happens.
Okay, I mean, as a former chancellor and now an advisor to one of the biggest exchanges in the market, you've been on both sides of this debate. So what would be your key message for regulators about how they can safely encourage innovation?
Well, I think, you have to, there are perfectly legitimate things that governments, and governments are expressions of society, of all of us, have an interest in. They have an interest in financial stability, so we don't have big crashes that wipe out everyone's savings. We have an interest in consumer protection, so people aren't kind of ripped off. And we have an interest in, tracking down terrorist financing and stopping criminals, doing their business. So those are perfectly legitimate things that I think most of us would want to stop, or at least keep an eye on. The thing is, like a $20 bill is used in all those things already. So I think this, the idea that somehow crypto is a uniquely kind of bad instrument for those things, I think is nonsense. And if anything, I think, tokens and coins and cryptocurrencies give societies and regulators more powers, potentially, to...
Because of the immutability?
Well, and it's partly the immutability, although I think one of the kind of great innovations that the Midnight Foundation is working on is how you tie that in with privacy, because immutability brings its own issues, but it's also a kind of, there is at least an ability for transparency, which there isn't always in traditional finance. And so I think, if you're a regulator, you should lean into this. And the other thing is, if you're doing my old job as Chancellor, you've got this important consideration, which is the regulators. But you're also trying to run an economy where people are employed, the economy is growing, and there's enough money to pay for the regulators and the NHS and all the other things we want. And so, you need vibrant financial services, and that's around innovation. And the great mistake, I think, is to try and predict what a load of, entrepreneurs are going to be able to come up with. I mean, I remember, 10 years ago, everyone saying to me, we're not going to need any drivers in 5 years' time. Well, 10 years later, there's like a big shortage of drivers. So, governments are very bad at predicting where private markets and free enterprise will take things, but they can create guardrails. And there's a kind of curious paradox. I don't think regulation is always a bad thing. I think if you take the United States at the moment, if you look at the Genius Act and indeed the discussions around the clarity legislation, it's the very arrival of legislation that has provided some kind of certainty and stability and provided kind of firm ground that companies can innovate from. But you shouldn't try and then channel the innovation as a government, because I think you just won't be able to, and you're bound to get your predictions wrong.
Do you think at the moment the proposals that we've seen most recently from the Bank of England, where they put out their proposals for regulating stablecoins, and that included putting limits of £20,000 for individuals and £10 million for businesses on stablecoin ownership, do you think that risks making the UK an outlier and stifling innovation? Well,
I was very critical earlier this year with the original proposal on stablecoins from the Bank of England. Well, first of all, there was a mixed message. So the current Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, was getting up, in a hall not unlike this, saying, we're interested in developing sterling-backed stablecoins and making London a financial centre of it, or indeed the UK a financial centre. And at the same time, the Governor of the Bank of England was saying, I don't really see any particular use case for stablecoins. And these were contradictory remarks in two speeches that followed each other from the same podium. And so I think it is greatly to the credit of the Bank of England and the Treasury that, in fact, they have kind of got their act together more. They've changed those original proposals quite fundamentally. So originally, the stablecoin would have to be backed 100% by central bank reserves. And now, you can have...
Now it's only 40%.
Yeah, and 60% can be in other, liquid assets or high quality liquid assets like gilts. So that's a big step forward, and I think it'd be really churlish to say, just focus on the remaining problems, because I think, and by the way, I think it demonstrates to everyone here who's engaged in the public debate in the UK, well, I do globally, but we're here in the UK, and writes things and comments and posts things on, it has an impact. If you ever think like, these people never listen, nothing ever happens, well, the British state changed its view in the last few months. And you're now left with these limits on, it's £20,000, isn't it, for an individual, and there are various limits for corporations, and
I think it's 10 million for businesses.
With some potential exemptions now.
With exemptions for exchanges and
So that's all good news. I don't know how durable the £20,000 limit is going to be, or how enforceable, and it's suspiciously the same number as an ISA, which means I think they're probably thinking about this in a slightly old-fashioned way. But as I say, I think it would be mean-spirited not to welcome the big change. And I think as we start to see sterling stablecoins, and that's the big challenge at the moment, of course. I mean, at the beginning of the year, which was only 11 months ago, everyone was saying it's the end of the dollar-denominated world, the end of dollarization because of the Trump administration and tariffs and so. Now, stablecoins are becoming a new instrument of dollar control, if you like. And I think it's, absolutely in Britain's interest, but I'd say the same if we were talking in Frankfurt about the euro and other places in the world, like, in Zurich, to have, we want some sterling-denominated stablecoins. And so we have to create an attractive environment for that to happen. And we ultimately have to persuade people that they're going to want to hold these, as opposed to, people have choices in this world. And so we have to make it attractive. And I think the more we kind of hem them in with limits and and it's not just the limits, it's how are those limits going to be enforced and what's the oversight going to be. But, I think one of the interesting things, having talked to the team here, is that potentially, what Midnight can do is build that all into, that can be kind of all automatic compliance, if you see. It can be built into the algorithms. There can be a kind of regulatory algorithms, which is just kind of a novel concept for regulators, and I suspect they won't get there in one go. But I think it's something that, again, Britain does have some advantages, being the size we are, 65 million people, quite a centralized system of government. The regulators sit under the control of the government. It's not like the US, where the regulators, report to different congressional committees, and the administration might not always have, much say. Here we can, if we want to demonstrate regulatory innovation, we can get on with it, and it can be quite top down. And I think we should certainly be looking at the way you could use all of this technology, this blockchain technology, essentially to help the state achieve what it wants to achieve, but in a efficient and painless way.
You mentioned there the issue of privacy and security, and these are massive issues for the crypto market. And one of the central themes of this event is around privacy and compliance and how they can coexist. I mean, how crucial do you think?
Welcome back to CoinDesk Live. We are coming to you from the Midnight Summit in London, England. We're now joined right here by Midnight CTO, Sebastian Guillemot. Hello, Sebastian.
Hello, and thanks for having me.
Thanks for being our first guest. We are talking all about Midnight, and I think we got to lay a foundation for folks who are watching at home. Midnight is yet to have its mainnet launch. When it does launch, how's it going to interact with the rest of the crypto ecosystem?
Yeah, so Midnight really seeks to be the privacy layer for the blockchain ecosystem. So owning Knight, the main token, is similar to purchasing a solar panel. Because nobody really needs to know you own Knight. It's a private asset. But also, it allows you to have private computation. You can power other activities with your Knight token, and you can also pay back into the grid as dividends from like the dust you own from the Knight token. So we have the full privacy suite, so private assets, private transaction fees, private computation, and we're doing this in a way that is accessible to the rest of the blockchain ecosystem. So Night is the main token for the network, but it's not required to interact with the network. Similar to purchasing a solar panel is required to generate electricity, but you can sell your electricity, the dividend of it, to the open market. And so we're hoping that with this model, we can get people from all these different ecosystems in the blockchain space being able to onboard onto Midnight easily and leverage the full suite of privacy that we have available.
We were just listening to George Osborne. He was talking about the fact that privacy, security, regulation is really the most important thing right now. There's been so much great talk in the last bunch of months about privacy tokens in general. As you're sort of architecting the future of Midnight, what are you taking from this conversation that sort of inspires you?
Yeah, I think a lot of people are trying to figure out how can we do more with privacy. Historically, one of the big issues with privacy has been the computational costs of the technology. It's just been too slow to achieve what a lot of people have wanted to do. And so all the projects in privacy were fairly limited. They're just how can we have a private token? And that said, there's no computation layer involved. Oftentimes, even if there is private computation, there's a lot of missing features. And we're finally at an age where this technology is getting fast enough to enable a lot of new use cases. And so I think we're seeing a lot of people rush into ecosystems like Midnight to figure out how can they be a pioneer in this technology and figure out what's possible with it. And that's super exciting to see all these builders here today that are driven by this excitement.
Sam and I were talking earlier about the general consensus around privacy. A lot of people out there feel like they need to make a choice between convenience and privacy. And I think that if this problem is really solved at the technological layer, consumers don't really need to make that choice. Developers don't really need to make that choice. I'm curious how you're thinking about it from a technical perspective. How do we build systems that think about that from the very foundational layer?
Yeah, that's a great question, and a lot of this depends on not only productizing the research that has been done over the years in the privacy technology space, but also innovating on it. Because for this privacy, every time you reach one level of privacy, people always want the next level. Right, and so with Midnight, we're talking about private computation, private assets, and private so on. But people want privacy not just on their desktops; they want privacy on their mobile phones and on even smaller electronic devices. And so there's always the next frontier and adding different kinds of privacy. And so we're always looking at the research and doing some research ourselves and collaborating with the greater blockchain space and figure out how can we productize these ideas and bring this to entrepreneurs who want to build with it. And so I think that's why at Midnight we're one of the first projects to really productize this private computation concept. But we won't be stopping there. We'll be working on the future and trying to bring these ideas to market.
Can you define for us what rational privacy means?
Yeah, I think for a lot of people, they don't necessarily want to have 100% privacy all the time. They want to be able to share certain aspects about them. And I think a good example of that is, for example, if you have a private NFT, which would be possible on Midnight, you may want to selectively disclose you own the NFT to join a gated community and be part of that community. And so this is very common in both NFTs and meme coins, these kinds of spaces. There's also times where you want to reveal information about your financial history to get trust from a bank or a partner or a business or to get a loan. And so there are a lot of times where you want to reveal information about you, or your personality, your interests, your financial history, and we want to support this use case while also providing the people with the default, which is the privacy-first approach.
Can you give us a practical example of the future you're building towards? Before we started talking live here, you were telling us that you think a lot about the future and what Midnight will enable. Give us a practical example. Once Midnight is fully functional and out there, what's that going to change for folks?
Yeah, I think a lot of this is going to be trying to rethink how we're interacting with public networks. So one of the key difficulties in having private assets is how do you interact with people if you don't know their financial history, right? And you kind of take this for granted a bit in the public blockchains, which is you can look at the leaderboards of different protocols and know who's doing what and leverage that information. But when you have privacy first, all of this kind of goes away, and so you have to kind of reconstruct a lot of things people want kind of from first principles on this topic. How do we allow people to have shielded liquidity pools while revealing like the amount of liquidity without revealing who's providing liquidity? And a lot of these things are not just technological problems, but also social problems as well, which is how do we kind of rebuild this kind of economy, DeFi that we've had in the public space in the private space. And so a lot of what I'm thinking about these days is, what kind of primitives and what kind of features are needed to enable this in the Midnight ecosystem. And so we're doing this in a very customer-centric manner, which is we're talking to a lot of people about their vision, what they want to build, and we reverse engineer from that what kind of features they would need in the protocol to enable these things. And so we're really trying to figure out how we can solve all the social layers and the communication, the human aspect of finance, while also building this privacy approach.
I think about back in the day when I joined like AngelList or some syndicates where there'd be this little checkbox that says, are you an accredited investor? And there is a definition in the US about what it means to be, but there is no way to check that the person actually is. It feels like when we think of the kind of the dual ledger architecture you have with a private and a public layer, that you can say, on the private layer, I could tie my assets to say I meet certain criteria, and the public one can just look and say yes or no. Is that sort of the right way to think about it?
Correct. I mean, you can even go a step further, which is you can keep your assets private, but selectively disclose some part of your information to somebody else without making it fully public to everybody else. And so we'll see a lot of these things in stuff like KYC, where you might want to prove that you own a certain amount of assets, or even your nationality without revealing that information to everybody, or just subsets of that. We're talking to a lot of different projects that want to do government IDs, so they want to prove that they're over 21, for example, in the US, without having to reveal all the other information about their IDs. And so there's a lot of stuff like this where the hard aspect is no longer as much on the technology, but it's rather on these human aspects, which is how do we enable people to communicate with each other given this privacy-first world.
There's maybe a misconception out there, I think, for new developers coming into the space. They hear about working on privacy and maybe their brains go to what happened with Tornado Cash and they get scared. They don't want to build in the space because of regulation. They don't know what's going on with regulation. But I think what we're speaking about here is different. Can you just differentiate how what you're building at Midnight is different than Tornado Cash and why developers maybe don't have to be concerned?
Yeah, so a lot of the demand for privacy these days actually comes from large companies and governments. The reason why is because a lot of people are seeing the growth of this technology and want to take part in this in some way or another. You see a lot of governments announcing, pro-crypto policy, including, of course, the United States, and they want to be an active participant in this. But at the same time, there's a lot of government regulation that says you cannot reveal certain information publicly for privacy regulation purposes. And so they're kind of in this weird place where they want to adopt more of this blockchain concepts and blockchain technology, but they cannot do this while also being in line with their privacy laws at the same time. And so a lot of the demand for privacy is not coming just from the consumers, but also from the corporates and the governments as well, who are trying to figure out how to adopt this technology while also respecting the privacy regulations that exist in the market. And so a lot of what we're doing is trying to figure out how to merge these two worlds together, which is what rational privacy is all about. You have this privacy by default, but you have this optionality, this way of speaking with other people about the privacy that you have to be able to build large applications or consumer products that are compliant with any government regulation, and also make people feel confident about leveraging your product as well as building the product itself.
We're here at the Midnight Summit, so I got to ask you, what are you looking forward to over the next 2 days?
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how many builders we have coming out here for our hackathon. And I think what's the thing that's really important whenever you're working with new technology like this is trying to be super customer obsessed, right? There's a lot of ways this technology could evolve. Nobody knows exactly where it's going to go. And the best thing you can do is be really on the ground floor with the builders and figure out what kind of problems people are trying to solve, how to enable them to solve these problems. And so I think being here at the event and getting to people in person, having in-depth conversations with them about the features that they're looking for us to provide is super important feedback, and that's always something that I'm looking for.
Sebastian, thanks so much for joining us and kicking off the day with us.
Thank you,
of course.
That was Midnight CTO Sebastian Guillemot. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
If you're a builder, now is the time to come to build on Midnight.
Midnight is here.
Now is the time to jump in and start learning with everyone else.
Super excited about ZK. ZK, for those who have not been following, gets 10 times faster every year. So it's never been a better time to get involved.
Developers have so many different opportunities to get started building on Midnight right now. We are always running hackathons virtually. We have them in person.
We have our academy to teach you how to interact with the system and how to build your first smart contracts.
We have the forum, a Discord. We have an ambassador program coming soon. We're questing, so we're gamifying learning. You name it, we have it. You want it, we'll build it.
You're looking to get into developing on these kind of newer technologies, make sure you're very patient, make sure you build really good mental models of how things are working under the hood, because things are going to happen that challenge your assumptions, and you're going to have to be very flexible and thoughtful about investigating those issues.
The big thing I want to highlight is to leave as much feedback as possible.
We have a lot of potential to create innovative solutions that allow for use cases that have never been done before.
Midnight's here for everybody. It's not built for a specific use case per se, but Midnight does have that secret sauce.
It's the beginning, right? We're not even at mainnet yet. Those who are here now, they're the OGs. Our community is reshaping what Midnight will become together.
Come get involved. Everything's out in the open, so it's up to you. Come on in.
There's still a lot to build. There's still a lot of 10x improvements. You want to help as either a DApp developer or as somebody who wants to contribute to the core technology. So you're more welcome to message me on Twitter. Happy to bring you in and get you to also contribute to this wonderful future we're building together.
Welcome back to CoinDesk Live. We're at the Midnight Summit in London. Our next guest is the co-founder and CEO of Kid Labs, an on-chain ticketing platform disrupting an industry dominated by a few giants. Ahmed Navali, and friend of the show, welcome back.
Hey guys, pleasure to be here. Super stoked.
We love having you on. Give us a quick 30-second foundation here for our audience that's watching at home. What's Kid Labs up to? What problem are you solving?
Yeah, guys. So at Kid, we look at ticketing for what it is. Ticketing is a banking industry. It's a bank. Ticketmaster, they do sell tickets, but the reality is the incumbency has come from the fact that they provide upfront receivable loans to venues, locking them into deals, taking their data, creating an unfair ecosystem for artists and venues. And at Kid, we have two parts of our business, a ticketing platform and our infrastructure Tix that allows us to create a more aware ticket that makes a better world for artists, venues, and fans alike.
You talked in the past to me about this idea that the finances of performance are really kind of, they're gamed by the folks like Ticketmasters and Live Nations of the world, right? They kind of hold money as a weapon.
Correct.
KYD is really there to try to disrupt that and allow venues, artists to have more access to that money and also give fans a better experience. Can you dive into a little bit more of that side?
Yeah, when we look at the incumbency today, venues are stuck in these long-term deals that come from the fact that they need cash to pay the artist. When you're a music venue or you're a amphitheater or a festival, you're paying either hundreds of artists or you're paying for 300 shows up front. And that cash flow problem is the exact root of evil that Ticketmaster takes advantage of. So Ticketmaster provides these loans to give venues the cash flows they need to produce the shows we love, but ultimately that locks them into long-term deals, takes away their data that artists and venues can use to be better. And ultimately, that's what Kid solves for. We create a system where we provide liquidity to venues via, obviously, the on-chain liquidity that exists today, but also a better solution that gives them the data they need to sell tickets to fans, reach their fans, and ultimately a more equitable solution.
I want to talk about that data piece because I think it's important. In the current status quo, we're talking about Ticketmaster, Live Nation. Talk to us about the kind of data that they hold on to and how that benefits them and what this new system enables for venues and artists.
You know, it's actually quite it's actually cool. It's cool because if you think about it this way, right? Live Nation today takes away the data from the venues, right? Ticketmaster says, hey, here's this liquidity, we're using this data. Live Nation is actually a separate organization. They're the parent company, but they throw their own shows.
Right.
So they use that data to benefit themselves. And ultimately, when you're a stadium or you're an independent venue like the LPRs of the world, the SOBs, the Troubadours, you're like, I'm trying to market my show. How are you retargeting for Carly Rae Jepsen? How are you retargeting for Diplo? You can't. Well, when Live Nation's throwing their festivals that they own, they have all the assets to be successful. So in a world where venues and stadiums are independently owned, Live Nation rise to the top because they have this data and advantage that is effectively using and leveraging the fact that, hey, venues have cash needs, but we have all this data, so why don't we just throw these shows and be more profitable than everybody else? So, you know, it's unfortunate.
But I mean, if I want to equate it, right? If I ran Spotify, then I can say I know how users listen to Taylor Swift, but Taylor doesn't.
Correct.
Right? Taylor only gets like a black box of I have this many millions of people who listen to my music. If I'm planning my tour, I can pay them to tell me where to go.
Correct.
But I can't do that myself, right? So a lot of this is about rewriting some of the systems that core Web 2, like streaming systems, and Live Nation being this sort of monopoly, have created ways. It reminds me of like traditional finance, right? Like where can we step on this along the way so that you have to now pay middlemen along the way to get the access to what you should be getting for free already, right? Is that kind of the thing? So when an artist works with you or a venue works with you, what do they now get that they didn't have before?
So when we solve the root of the issue, which is the supply problem, there's a graveyard of Web3 ticketing companies that have not solved for the liquidity issue. That's why a lot of them have failed. In order to win true supply side, to win a venue exclusive deal, you have to provide that liquidity. So let's start there. KID enables venues to get upfront capital that they can book shows with, and we get 4 or 5 year deal terms, but also venues get the data like their user emails, their demographic data, the audience data they can use to deliver results like a 30% increase in ticket sales in New York that we're seeing with our venues, and increase the return on spend because they can retarget people that look like the fans that are buying, the fans that are enjoying the shows that their artists are creating.
We're seeing in the traditional financial space, it's largely being disrupted by crypto, but there is a way for traditional financial players to play, right? There's a middle ground.
Right.
In the future that you're building towards, is there a way for these middlemen to participate in a more open system that empowers the venues, much like we're seeing with the convergence of TradFi and crypto?
Oh, absolutely. Ticketing ticketing companies and music as a whole is one of the areas of private credit. It's receivables financing. It's being able to say, hey, you have this future sales in the future. We're going to give you this, but take a VIG. Today, that's dominated by Ticketmaster and ticketing. And in the music business, that labels is dominated by hedge funds. We believe in a world where not only artists, venues, and fans can participate in providing these loans to their artists. So not only can they enjoy the shows they love, but they can earn from it as well. So in our system, in the world we see with TICs, users can deposit liquidity USDC and earn USDC liquidity from the fees generated from the shows they see, from the artist royalties they create. And I think that's the key of it, right? When you have these rent-seeking intermediaries like resellers, we have these rent-seeking intermediaries like private equity firms that take advantage of artists owning their masters, or you have rent-seeking intermediaries like ticketing companies who own the data and benefit from that as a promoter. We don't see a world where that needs to exist. We see a world with TICs, the infrastructure layer and the application, where effectively artists and venues and fans alike can create, enjoy, and own the future of live events. And effectively, we can be the rails.
I want to pull on the Taylor Swift thread for just a second.
As one does, yeah.
She really educated her fans about what it means to own your music and what it means to be in an industry that, for lack of a better word, is quite extortionary towards artists. Do we need more artists at a level like Taylor on a stage like that speaking about this for us to achieve the future that you're building towards?
No, absolutely, absolutely. With Taylor Swift, she's actually incredibly educated about the space and gets it because she tours extensively. Unfortunately, there's a bit of an education side on us, the ticketing providers, to share what's actually going around the terms, that transparency, so artists can be educated and know that, hey, listen, this data does exist. It's just with Ticketmaster they actually have that data. But absolutely, it's a big part of our mission is to not only educate our venues, but the artists that tour our venues and say, hey, this is the impact we're making. Here's this report with your audience data, the emails that you can take onto other venues. And we asked them, like, hey, if you're not a KID-powered venue, maybe you should talk to DICE. Maybe you should talk to C-Tickets. Maybe you should talk to your Ticketmaster venue and say, hey, we've gotten this before and seen these results with packed rooms. We want to be able to get the same here. And I think that advocacy has proved well for us in the past from a sales perspective. But I think ultimately in the future, KID is a movement. We need everybody at the forefront of this movement, and we're doing our best to get as many artists on board with that. So we'll see how it goes, but I'm pretty confident.
I mean, I think about the fact that you're one of a kind of class of companies that have come out. I think of Blackbird on the restaurant side. I think of Book It on the travel side. I think of you guys on ticketing, where it's utilizing kind of the crypto rails. You don't have to talk about crypto very much.
Right.
It's utilizing the system that allows for self-sovereign ownership for DeFi and fee structures, in Blackbird, the way that they can reimagine how customers, their restaurants are getting paid, really as a way to offset the fees that credit card companies charge. Like, it is about rewriting finance.
Right.
Even though the customer experience for you is I get to go see a show. For them, I get to eat a restaurant. I get to take a trip. And I think, like, is this where your interest is of, anyone could have built another DeFi app, right? Anyone could have built another exchange, decentralized or not. You're trying to look at a cultural lane and say, hey, it's money in the end, and we know how to play with money, but we think that fandom is where our interest lies. Like, how many more projects do you think are going to start going to disrupting those types of verticals?
So the thing with Kid is, consumer is really hard. It's not easy. It took us 3 years to go build the solution and platform with the application layer, Kid Labs, go and win customers, solve for needs, doing things like settlement reports and reconciliation reports that they're not sexy at all. You really benefit from that finance layer once you have product market fit and solve a specific problem. Then you can scale. And here's what I think. I think when you look at the finance layer, that private credit layer, that's where the excitement is. Instead of depositing money into a DeFi protocol that earns you 67%, where you don't see the impact, with Kid, you deposit that and you can see the shows being created. You can see yourself earning from, your Charlie XCXs, your Dylan Francis's. By the way, 22nd Dylan Francis at LPR. We'll see it. But it's yield with impact. Mm-hmm. And that's the future that we enjoy and we believe will intermediate people like Ticketmaster. For every dollar of debt Ticketmaster puts out, they make 30 cents, $1.30, 30%. It's a payday loan to music venues. And that doesn't make sense. It hurts the ecosystem, and we believe in a world where everybody should participate in providing this liquidity and seeing the impact of that. Like the feeling of being able to go to Coachella and say, hey, I saw, I'm here and I paid an X amount for a ticket, but I'm making X amount being here and I'm supporting this happening. That's what I see as something that keeps me up at night, and I thoroughly enjoy.
Really a cooperative economy. We heard Fayed talk about that on stage this morning. Yeah. Ahmed, thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely. Love being here, guys. Thank you.
That was co-founder and CEO of Kid Labs, Ahmed Namali. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Hey everyone, you're watching CoinDesk Live. We are coming to you from the Midnight Summit in London. Our next guest has been called the man who took on Facebook and won twice. Max Schrems is a lawyer and founder of None of Your Business, a nonprofit organization that has become a powerful enforcement arm for the GDPR. Max, welcome.
Hey there.
All right, lay a foundation for us. Talk to us about your passion for privacy and what drives you to take on these huge corporations, really in the fight to protect folks and their data.
I think on a high level we can say we move into an information age, and then the big question is who has power over that information? Is it like a couple of guys, or does everybody have some power over its own information? And at least in Europe under the GDPR, but that's part of the Charter of Fundamental Rights to be the lawyer here. So basically our kind of amendment to the Constitution in the US setting. We know that we do have this right to privacy, the big problem, and to data protection. Big problem in reality is that almost none of the companies actually comply with any of this.
That's what I was going to ask you about.
And that is why it's, from a legal perspective, quite interesting. That's probably one of the most under-enforced rights we have. To give you an idea, in Europe, if you bring a complaint to a data protection authority, statistically 1.3% of the time there's a fine in the end. So we joke in Vienna, my hometown, we have, I think, 7,000 parking tickets for wrongly parked e-scooters per month. European governments are able to do that, but in the whole country of Austria for a whole year, we have 55 GDPR fines. So that is what Neub as an organization does to try to kind of push forward enforcement there.
Max, I want to go backwards a little bit. I was reading yesterday about you and the movement that you're part of, and it sounded like you were a lawyer training in law school, trying to figure out the areas you wanted to focus on, and then you sort of noticed in a course, right, that there was something happening that you started to think whether Facebook was misusing your data.
Yeah.
You then request it. You get this trove at some point of redacted information, and that really starts the journey. But I guess what was it in that quintessential early moment? What was the thing that you said, wait, what's going on here that made you want to even start on this?
I think on a personal level, there's a couple of other things. I mean, for example, I'm gay. I was coming out when I was 14, so I was always easy with that. But you have a lot of friends that are not out and that are like, oh, I have like some part of my life that I really want to keep away from the job, or in a small town that you just don't talk openly on the street. And that is probably elements where you realized, okay, even though I probably don't care about this privacy issues, other people do. Mm-hmm. And privacy is oftentimes very personal, like things that I find super easy to talk about, other people find super private. And then you realize that. I think that's probably the first element. Then I went to law school, started 2007. That was still like after the 9/11 decade, so to say, where suddenly there was more and more surveillance by government sides. And then obviously these big tech companies started to become a thing. And we all kind of wondered what's going to happen there. And that is then combined with the legal side. In law, usually, I mean, if you do mergers and acquisitions, there's just so many mergers you can do and so many interesting legal new questions. And in privacy, it's quite interesting because it's really a totally new field. Like, it's really something that was not litigated before much. Which is also interesting if you have a bit of a tech background. I mean, I only had like 4 years of programming in high school, but that's already much more than most lawyers. So you at least understand technology to a certain extent, and you can bridge these two things a little bit. I think that's all elements that made it quite interesting. At the same time, being that fast moving and being that ignored is also super frustrating every day. So a lot of people are like, in the legal bubble is like, how the F can you still do this? Because, you bring cases over and over again, and then regulators are just like, political influence, rather not touch it. And that can be quite frustrating as well there. Mm.
I think a lot of people watching would love to hear from you how you live your day-to-day when it comes to protecting your data, because you're so educated on it. I mean, how do you live your day-to-day? People look at terms and conditions pages. They're hard to understand. Yeah. They're 50 pages long. To read something, you just choose to accept all and move on. What do you do, and how should people at home think about it?
I think we have to fundamentally change the narrative around a lot of that. What we have here is a lot of responsibility shifting to, like, let's say my grandmother wants to see pictures on Instagram, which is never, I mean, we litigated Facebook for 15 years. I do not fully understand how Facebook works. And I think most engineers there do not fully understand how the whole system works, because they work on one little piece of the whole system. And I think that is something we're saying that the consumer should fully understand that and really, make informed choices is just absurd. There are parts where you cannot be totally stupid. Like, I mean, don't put your, naked pictures online level, where we're like, okay, obviously. But anything that goes a little bit below that is usually something where I think in a developed democracy, in a developed country, we need regulators. We need people that really understand that really also regulate that. To give you an idea, I'm going to take the high-speed train to Brussels tonight. I have no idea about train engineering. I have never checked that the Channel Tunnel is actually safe to go through. I just expect that someone took care of it and I can hop on a train and move on. And I think that is how we have to look towards technology in the long term, to just be sure that if you're not totally stupid and crazy what you're doing, that you're protected, and not that the other way around. Basically, a company may do whatever it wants to do because it put it somewhere in the terms and conditions. And to put that in a bigger perspective, when I was studying in California, I realized, obviously, in the US, there is a very different approach to terms and conditions. Like, we all know the jokes about Apple's terms and conditions that are all over the place. In Europe, we have a different tradition on that. Ever since the 90s, for example, you cannot have unfair terms. You cannot have something hidden in the fine print that is not to be expected. And generally, the GDPR is regulated in a similar way. It's quite reasonable the way it's regulated. What we really have a problem is enforcement, and that is where a lot of the perception comes up that the law doesn't work is not because the law is bad, but because the enforcement is bad. It's like not that the murder charge is wrong, but if no one ever goes after murder, you feel like, what is this good for? So I sometimes recently now talked about saying, maybe we're a bit in a kind of digital failed state. So we do have the stuff on paper, but not in reality in the end. In the UK, ICO is probably the best example. They have official statistics of enforcement. I think there's one case that ever got enforced on the GDPR. So a lot of that is really compliance theater and keeps a lot of people employed, generates a lot of costs for business, but doesn't really deliver for people. And I think the answer must be that we move forward on that and not backward.
Max, we live in a very surveillance-focused life, right? And whether it's governments, we know some of the crackdowns that happen here in the UK. Certainly in America, it's not the best time for freedom. Then we look at what companies do, like you've been focusing on the Facebooks, the TikToks, Twitters, Google, everybody, and really the idea that they are often mining our data for advertising, but one could look at it also for harm. You mentioned being gay and whether or not Facebook knows you're gay before your parents do. And then what can happen with that?
Before yourself,
or maybe yourself, right? But I guess how do you look at what not really what's most dangerous, but how does one as an individual reconcile the fact that we live in a state where all of our information is really taken, processed, and we're trusting today with the idea that, well, there's so much that why are they going to look at me, right? But then I look at some of the work that like a Palantir does, and some of this, and sometimes you start to say we're getting towards a point where everyone can actually be profiled and signaled. So how should we look at the reality of our surveillance state?
Yeah. I think realities can be changed as well, and I think that's important, especially in the US bubble. The discussion is probably, the feeling is not there anymore that we can change it. And we used for a long while, at least in Europe, have the feeling, yes, we can change that. There is a democratic process, and we just prohibit certain things and say we don't want that. And we do that with chemicals or other stuff as well. We're like, okay, that's cancerous, we don't want that. And some of that, beyond what you just mentioned, is like this personal issues. We also have societal problems that come from it, obviously. All the democratic problems we have if you have hyper-personalized advertisement for political interference, Cambridge Analytica and the like, there is a much bigger problem we're facing. And I think right now we're a bit in this time of panic and angst and economic problems, and we don't know what's going on. I think especially for European side, it would be interesting to kind of be that continent where there's a third way, where we don't have the Chinese surveillance state or not the American, the big tech is just taking over and democracy is kind of giving up versus the lobby power of them, that we are maybe that place that has a third way. And we did that in other areas. We still have much stronger, employer protection, consumer protection, and so on. I think what's important is how we do that in a smart way and not just in ways, for example, in the GDPR where there's a lot of paperwork that doesn't help anybody. And that is legitimate criticism against bureaucracy because it really doesn't deliver. And on other ends, there may be actually more regulation that we need. Best example in the GDPR fine is 4% of your global turnover, which sounds a lot. But if you make billions on this, it sounds like a 4% tax, really, and you just pay it and you walk away. And that is something where, for example, profit skimming could come in to say if you really make illegal profits, we take it away. Also, as a matter for fairness in business, that companies do not just run away with the profit and succeed after all. And I think there's a lot of paths forward. What we're missing a bit, or what I'm personally missing, more not as a lawyer but as a citizen, is this European path forward. We do have that in other areas. We have a Green Deal. We have a plan of where, public transport should stand in 20 years. All of that, there are plans in the European Union of where we want to go. On the digital front, not much. It's a bit of a back and forth and not really a plan that we're having. And it seems that a lot of the political level still sees that as like the toy of my kids where they do something online and don't realize that is basically where we all move into and where most of our economy is going to be in. And I think that's a bit missing right now on the European level.
I got to ask you, do you think we're too far gone? You're saying, corporations don't listen to regulation. Yeah. Regulation is not enforceable. There's no path forward. Sam was just mentioning surveillance on a government and corporate level. But at the end of the day, we're also surveilling each other when we look at how we interact with each other in public spaces, what we post online. Is it too far gone? It sounds like a lot.
Yeah, I think, to put it, I think we have to take a step back. We're kind of at the beginning of digitalization in reality. If you think about, how we moved into industrialization, that was not a 2-week process. Right. And I think we're oftentimes feeling that we're kind of done with this. In reality, these fights are going to continue for another 100 years or 200 years. Just like, for example, workers' rights are never done. Like, there's always how far should it go, push back and forth. And I think in the question of, let's say, informational determination or informational power, to not use just privacy as a word, there's going to be these fights, and there's going to be a bit of a back and forth. I think right now we see a bit of a backsliding in Europe because there's this economic pressure, and the idea is we just deregulate and everything is going to be fine, which still doesn't give you, billions of investment money that is available in the Silicon Valley and not necessarily in the Danube Valley. And I think that is something where we may have a bit of backsliding, but that usually moves back and forth a bit. And I think, especially on the matter of privacy or also access to information, it's interesting because at least in the EU, that's part of the Charter rights. So that's part of the Bill of Rights of the European Union, so to say. So unless all member states unanimously agree to get rid of it, this is going to be here to stay. And I think that is something that, at least on my end, gives us hope on why we continue, for example, on a lot of these topics, because there is always a bit, for example, the next Cambridge Analytica scandal, and suddenly tomorrow all politicians are interested in this again. Or if we see, I don't know, the AI bubble actually bursting, then maybe there's not this pressure anymore of, oh, we have to be part of this, because now it's, basically the bubble bursting that we're not part of, and that may be useful not be part of. So I think a lot of that is a bit dynamic, and as long as we're in the democratic process, we should have instruments to actually enforce that and say, if that's the public will. Give an example, we ask in Germany, 6% of people actually want Meta to use their data for AI training. Or if only 6% of people really want that, we should have a democratic process that delivers on that, which in the US, unfortunately, a lot of people call into question still exists because of lobby pressure, of the dynamics of US democracy, which is super sad to see. But so far, I think in Europe, that could still work.
I find what's really interesting, and it's coming to me as you talk, is when we look at today, the billions for the few are built on the backs of the many.
Yeah.
Right. But when we think of those folks 50 years ago, 100 years ago, they were building, it was oil, it was trains, it was transportation,
roads, yeah.
and so the people who were building that, they were labor that were being paid to make a thing. Right now, the labor is me going to ChatGPT and saying, yeah, how do I make chicken, And someone else is then selling that, right? Yeah. They're able to make. So we're not even participating even on the basic level, yeah, of what it means to be human from a labor perspective. I'm worried that it's not too far gone that we've actually lost the entire plot.
Yeah.
And that those who are going to make the continue billions now, the top 10 companies in the world, are doing all of it all on our information. And we are just very comfortable that that's okay, versus saying, what's the exchange?
I think we were told to look into that. I think that's especially in one of the things, it's this privacy policy idea of you should have known and you click the button so it's your fault. Yeah. That's a story that worked so well. And the US did that, for example, hardcore on the plastics recycling discussion. Oh. Exactly, the thing is it's not us producing plastic, it's you not recycling it properly. That's the environmental problem here, not us, it's you. We do exactly the same thing in a privacy discussion. And to go back to the question of who actually puts energy in that, I think that is another huge issue. I mean, if we look at copyright infringement, for example, for AI, same problem. But it started actually really with the Web 2.0. It's this old term that we don't even use anymore. But the idea of social networks where they said, oh, you get all these services for free. It's no, you get all my content for free. The reality is no one goes to Instagram because the buttons are so nice. They go there because of the pictures and the videos and whatnot. And that is generated by all the users and not by these people. Nevertheless, they make way more money than any, for example, New York Times website that actually produces quality content and quality journalism by just providing the platform. And there is fundamentally a question of, economics of who gets which share. Because, we do have a capitalistic system to kind of reward people that work and reward people that actually, do something nice, not just because they put themselves in a monopoly position that everybody, needs to use them and not get around them anymore. That's not anything we actually want to reward. We want to reward people actually doing, for example, quality content. And the question is really, right now, is that a fair bargain? And we, for example, looked into advertisement dollars of where that goes in and out. And it's amazing how normal websites that produce content themselves get way less revenue from advertisement than any of these platforms that just use the content of someone else. And that is something that really needs to be said more and gets out of this narrative of, oh, they're so smart, they're so great, and the oldest revenue is really fairly given to, you know, the Zuckerbergs of the world or the Elon Musks of the world.
I mean, CoinDesk is ad supported, so.
We got to go, and I want to ask you this quick. I know there's no short answer to what I'm about to ask you, but the future you're talking about is a digital one, right? And a digital future has no borders. We're talking about regulation here in Europe, but the reality is European citizens travel all around the world, and how do they remain protected when they do that? And so do we need regulation that is borderless to really start to address this?
I think a lot of that, ideally in 20 years, yes. And I think the first step would be to at least agree among, let's say, Western democratic countries, however you want to call it. Are we going to agree about privacy rules with Russia? I'm not sure. But I think that could be a first step to say, at least among democracies, so to say. What's important here is we're moving in the opposite direction. We're seeing localization and many areas that will just happen. And that is part of democracies as well. If different countries have different rules because they're different majorities, some people just find something more important than the other, and that is then the majority in a country, then we somehow have to regulate that. And there is usually then international law treaties where you say, okay, here is the end of the, I don't know, regulation by the Germans, and here is where France starts, so to say, or ideally in larger blocks where we can say at least the EU is one block that is somehow manageable as one thing. But if we look at the US, we have exactly the opposite trend, that now we have 50 states starting to regulate because the federal government doesn't do it. So it's even more interesting that partly we get more and more fragmented outside of the European Union than in the EU.
Max, thanks so much for joining us. This was a very insightful discussion, I think the beginning of many, so thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
That was None of Your Business founder and CEO Max Schrems. We are going to go over to the stage now and take a listen in.
Hi, everybody. Full house. So this is a first in my career. There's many things I've done, but I've never had the former head of MI5 open for me. So thank you, Lord Parker, for coming. Strange bedfellows, these decks. So let's see if the slides are working. I don't normally do PowerPoints or Keynote or whatever these newfangled technologies are, so we'll see if we can get them working. Well, thank you all for coming. This used to be the center of the world about 200 years ago. And actually, there's so much history in this square mile. King Henry VIII, I think, was either born or died here, but I'll just go with it. The Tudors used to have their castle somewhere around here. And this was the epicenter of naval technology, and as mentioned by Minister Osborne, that was the most sophisticated organization of the 19th century, which allowed the British to have an empire. It's also where GMT came from. You guys know GMT, 0, 1, 2, and so we have a time-based product. We called it Midnight, and we said, hey, it'd be kind of clever to rent this place. And gosh, it is just beautiful, isn't it? I'm so proud that we were able to bring everybody together. Thank you for coming. Okay, so there's some gobbledygook here. It says like, privacy accelerates into the main, I didn't write this slide. Privacy accelerates in the mainstream. The Midnight Network is a radical shift, breaking free from something, something. I'll show you the slide I wrote. That a little better? Yeah. Okay, so we've been on a 6-year journey. Y'all know where Midnight began? Anybody want to guess? We're at Eurocrypt, a cryptography conference, and we were shit-faced drunk. And we said, you know, none of these crypto people, they don't know how to do privacy. We know how to do privacy. It's super easy. Let's go do privacy. It'll take like a year, maybe 2 years, 3 years tops. Yeah, it's going to be great. 6 fucking years later, okay, we're here. We got her done. It wouldn't be an I/O schedule if it didn't take a little longer. But, you know, good things take their time. So a few years back, what we were talking about was building something that was like the ultimate preservation of you. I love blockchain because it's all about trust. It's all about data being there forever. It's immutable, it's time-stamped, it's auditable, and once you have it, you can build high-trust institutions, high-trust money, high-trust voting. You can build high-trust DAOs, all these types of things. But the problem with that paradigm is you don't want to reveal everything about you forever to everyone everywhere. You want to start from a position of privacy and selectively disclose as you see fit, how you see fit, when and where you see fit to the people that you think are necessary to do commerce with. And actually, if you have that paradigm, it's surprising how many different people you can bring together. You can bring together the DeFi degens, you can bring together the weirdo privacy people, you can bring together nation states, intelligence agencies, you can bring together voting systems, big banks, because no matter who you are, everybody has something that they don't feel comfortable telling everybody else. And you all should be in the driver's seat about that, not some person you've never met, some place you've never been, or you have absolutely no idea how it's going to be used, who's going to use it, or what the consequences are going to be. So we built Midnight as an ecosystem that really focused on giving you that power. The challenge with Midnight is it's the most complicated thing we've ever done, because we had to figure out how to build a cryptocurrency that you could distribute to everybody and be equally useful to the traditional finance people as it is to the Web3 people. We had to figure out how to make a cryptocurrency where you could pay in any token. We had to figure out how to make a cryptocurrency that uses the most sophisticated privacy technology on the planet, but it works on a cell phone and it's fast. It's a lot. So what we did is said if we had to build all of this ourselves, it would be the year 2035, and we'd still be building it, and we'd missed the window. So what we did instead is we did something very different, very new. We borrowed technology where it made sense, and we innovated where we couldn't borrow. So Midnight is not a Cardano project. Midnight is not a Polkadot project. Midnight is not an Aptos project. Midnight is not a Zcash product. It's a combination of all of the above. We took Halo 2 from Zcash. We talked to the Aptos people, and we talked to the Concordium people. We borrowed Jolteon. The Polkadot people, we got Substrate from there. There's an enormous amount of stuff we got from the Cardano ecosystem. There are more than 24 cryptocurrencies represented in the code base of Midnight and the papers of Midnight. So there's a little something from everyone everywhere. And what's really cool about that is when you borrow, then suddenly you're friends with everybody. You can talk to people. You can bring the teams. You can interact with them. That's really the magic of Midnight, is it's bringing people together. The 3 pillars, as Fahmy mentioned, this idea of rational privacy, okay. Identity, okay. But cooperation was really the key, because that means you can build an ecosystem with millions of people and you don't have to steal users. All the time, you have these blockchains that launch and they say, you know what? We're going to spend all this money and somehow the Ethereum users are going to move on over to our chain, or the Bitcoin users are going to move over to our chain, or X, Y, and Z. And you have some ecosystems that have literally spent billions of dollars based on that thesis. And you know what happened? They didn't move because people are sticky. Find like a 75-year-old grandmother with her feature phone and try to convince her to update to a smartphone. Once people stick to their technology, they don't want to move. And so don't tell them to move. Give them something that feels like an extension of what they already have. Let them pay in the tokens they already have. Let them use it as if it's an extension, a layer 2 to everyone. That's it. Simple premise. So we did that with the Glacier drop, and we did that with this concept of hybrid apps and all these other things. And now we stand at a precipice. Midnight, it's been cooking in the oven. We're 6 years pregnant. That baby's got to come out, and it's going to be a little ugly. It's been in the oven too long. So let's talk about how we're going to ship it. All right. So I was born in Hawaii. Some of you may know that. So technically, I'm a native Hawaiian. Technically. And I know I was born there. My grandfather delivered me. So I said, it would be really cool if we had launch dates and a roadmap kind of named like Hawaiian stuff. All right, so Hilo. That's the beginning of Midnight. It's 4 stages, 4 gating conditions. The very first thing is you got to get that token out. That's the very first thing. So Hilo is about what you guys have done going to reality and actually being able to trade it on actual exchanges. You guys actually receiving it, fucking around with it in the wallet, and complaining about something, because you always complain about something. So the night launch on the smart contracts on Cardano, that's the very first stage. You may have noticed that this stage has already been happening. Smart contracts have been built. They've minted the Night token as a Cardano native asset. Y'all are participating in the scavenger hunt. You're doing the glacier drop, all of these things. And then when it turns on, the tokens start thawing day by day, week by week, month by month. So you need to open it up and let people just kind of turn the network on. And what you do is you always do this in a systematic and safe way. So Cardano is the most secure network I know of. I'm not just saying that because I built it. I'm saying that because it's been running for 8 years, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's never gone down. It's never hacked. It's a damn tank with weird formal methods and Haskell and all this other stuff. So if I'm launching a token, it probably makes sense that as it's turning on, it turns on a network that doesn't go down. It turns on the network that doesn't have any experimental new technology. It's reliable, and it turns on a network that's already listed on 200 plus exchanges, from Binance to Coinbase and everything else. So it's easy for them to list that. It's easy to get liquidity. That's your starting point. So this phase will last a little bit. And then we have kukolu, another one of those nice Hawaiian words. And that's when all you builders who have been on the testnet, who have been doing amazing work and amazing things and really pushing the limits of what privacy can do, can turn on your dApps. So there's a theme here. You start somewhere safe, and then you leave port, and it starts getting a little riskier and riskier. You start getting more things. So you launch Kukulu. And this is going to be the federated mainnet. Just like when we launched Byron, we had Byron then to Shelley. And that'll happen in Q1 of 2026. So in Cardano, we had like a 10-year roadmap. With Midnight, we get to shrink it significantly, okay? So you had this lovely thing, the tokens launched, you started trading, people are like, wow, Midnight's a real thing. And then suddenly, shasha, you have all these dApps go live. And we'll have all these cool announcements and more liquidity and more partners and all this other stuff. But you say, but Charles, I really, really, really want to run the infrastructure. Charles, like, where do the stake pools come on in? And Charles, like, who's going to actually like make blocks in these things if it launches federated? Well, just like we did with the incentivized testnet, we'll have an incentivized mainnet for Midnight. And in Q2, we have Mahalu. And this is where the SPOs come on in. We turn on the capacity exchange. We turn on a lot of these features. And we let the Cardano SPO start making blocks gradually. And instead of it taking years and years like it did with Cardano, it's a quarter-by-quarter thing. You start safe with liquidity. Then you get a federated mainnet. You turn on all the dApps. If any of them are weird and disturbing and the network breaks, you don't lose your liquidity because it's on a safe network. And then once you're pretty confident that that federated mainnet's working, then you have a parallel companion network that you run to test out the new algorithms, like Jolteon, super fast algorithm. In the lab, 5,000 TPS, sub-second block times. Those Aptos people are onto something. They're really smart fellows. And you get to test it, run it, fork it. And once we're ready, then you go to the last one. UA. And that's in Q3, 2026. And what that does is it launches the fully decentralized network, all the bridging infrastructure between Cardano and Midnight, recursive trustless bridge, and also it turns on all the interoperability between the other blockchain ecosystems. Remember, I kept saying, if you're an Ethereum user, you can use it. If you're a Solana user, you can use it. You're a Bitcoin user, you can use it. This is the era where that stuff starts turning on. This is the era where the hybrid dApp starts becoming a thing. The hybrid dApp, meaning you're Uniswap and you want some privacy. So you use the tools to write them, you pay an Ether, and somehow it feels like you're on Ethereum, but you're actually on Midnight. You're Binance, and you're sitting here thinking to yourself, you know, it'd be nice to have like anonymous withdrawals from Binance are travel rule compliant. How do we do that? This is the era where that actually happens. for any of the exchanges and dApps and DeFi applications that want to participate. And so the thing about it is that you have to do things in a manner where everybody has the ability to take a breath, and everybody has an ability to learn the tools, everybody has an ability to do stuff. We saw that with the Glacier drop. 3 months to do the airdrop. In the first few weeks, it was a nightmare. Then it got better. We learned, they learned, ledger support was added, all this stuff, because that's the nature of crypto. You can wait 2 years for it to be perfect, or you could have it now and there's some rough edges. So this is a compromise between safety and speed. You start with something easy, launching a token, then you go to something a little bit concerning, a mainnet, where you can break stuff and it has all the privacy features and you're running smart contracts, and then you turn the mainnet over in stages to operators, and then by the end of all of it, you have a full cryptocurrency. And instead of it taking 10 years, like it did with Cardano, it will all be ready to go Q3 of 2026. That is speed, that's learning. It's pretty fun. And boy, it took us a long time to decide how to do this. We had to put so many pieces together. We had to have so many meetings about it. We had to think carefully about these things. The other thing is we had to bring partners along for it. One of the things you're going to see tomorrow and in Fahmi's closing keynote is just how many people are interested in this technology and how many partners exist. Because they didn't start with us. They started trying to build something on Ethereum. They started trying to build something on Fabric. They started trying to build something on chain XYZ. It didn't really matter. Or maybe even build their own chain. And they did it for a while, and then they ran into a wall, and they stopped, and they started over. And they did it for a while, and they ran into another wall, and they stopped, and they run over. So when they come to us, we're like the third or fourth or fifth choice. And they say, can you save us? We say, yes, we can. Because this is the first time ever where you get private smart contracts. But you also have public state, and you can use any other chain you want to augment this chain. So you can put all the pieces together. So you can take the stuff you've already built, and you can blend it with the stuff we've built, and you know what? The odds are you've probably solved the problem. So there's more than 100 partners, and hundreds of builders, and a huge community that's already formed where they're fervently excited about this. And what's really cool is with the launch of Hilo, that dual token model, you get your night, you start accumulating that battery, so you get your dust, and then when you have Kokolu, you now have a place to deploy all of it from the testnet, and then we can test it in 2 environments, a federated and a decentralized environment at the same time. That's what Mahalu is about. And in UA, once you have that, then you're in a position where, guess what, you can take it to the entire cryptocurrency space. You do all of that in less than about 9-10 months. It's pretty impressive if you think about it. And as we bring all these partners along, the other really cool thing, and what was really meaningful to me, is that we didn't forget where we came from. Midnight is launching as a Cardano asset, which means as Midnight gets tier 1 listings, it's the first Cardano asset to do so. And that opens it up for every single other Cardano asset. And when Midnight needs to have bridges and oracles and stable coins, they have to work with Cardano too. Go figure. And they'll charge extra, but we'll pay it because that's the Midnight way. Because we need to. This foundation's awesome. I love the Midnight Foundation. They're aggressive, they're hungry, they want to win. They want to make deals. They want to actually see the network grow. And there's a lot of cool things we talk about as we look at this launch roadmap. Like there's one initiative that we just started internally, and all of you will be members of it. We asked a very simple question. What are the KPIs of a blockchain ecosystem? Is it TVL? Is it transaction volume? Is it MAUs? Is it time to finality? I mean, there's hundreds of different ways you can look at and measure objectively, qualitatively, and quantitatively the health of a blockchain. Wouldn't it be nice, starting in January, we just publish a report and say, these are the KPIs, and you have a dashboard, and then every month or quarter or whatever your cadence of measurement happens to be, you get to see if they're going down or up. It's pretty simple, right? That's called transparency. That's actually like not even selective disclosure, that's proper disclosure. Well, guess what? Midnight's going to do that. It's going to embrace a KPI-driven way of doing things. There's every single person that's part of all the organizations, whether it be SHIELD or the MF, they have KPIs, and they care about the growth of the system, the youth of the system. They want Midnight to be the most used cryptocurrency on the planet. They want it to process all of the private transactions for all of the networks. For Bitcoin, for Ethereum, for Solana, for Cardano, we don't discriminate. And we can measure that. We can look at that. It's the first time I built something where we've been building the layer 2 and the layer 1 at the same time. And on the layer 2 side, we've been getting amazing experiments, but we thought carefully about how do you build a technology so that we can use Microsoft's backend and Google's backend. You may have noticed that Google Cloud came in and said, we'd like to be part of this. Why? Because if Midnight works, all those billions and billions of dollars of computers that they have can be used to run the proofs. It's money for them. And it's the same for all these Fortune 10, Fortune 15 companies. That's what cooperation is about. It's about having a seat at the table for everybody. It's about measuring such things, and it's about everybody agreeing on a strategy for how do we push forward. So there's a lot of really cool governance innovations. You know, another thing that's really cool is that DAOs, they don't work right now. And the reason they don't work is because they're all public. That means anybody who works for them, all your dirty laundry, your money you've been paid, your HR dirty laundry, all this stuff has to be out in the open. And that doesn't really work in modern business. So wouldn't it be nice to have a private DAO, which has a public side and a private side? It's like a business, like a proper business, right? Well, that's the thing, is Midnight under the hood is going to be the single biggest governance revolution for the entire blockchain space. We say, should you run the Ethereum DAOs on Ethereum? Or should you run them on Midnight? You run them on Midnight, you have private voting. You run on Midnight, you have provability about everything. You run on Midnight, you have privacy to the participants and the discourse. And it's the same for Solana, it's the same for Cardano, it's the same for all these other places. And when you really think about it, there's not a damn thing you can't find in modern business where it doesn't run better on Midnight. You start from someplace you know, like Cardano, and you add a little Midnight magic. And you know what happens? You have perfection. That's why we built it. That's why we think about it, and that's why we're releasing it. So it's been 6 long years, and I'm so incredibly proud that all of you came together with us. Just to give you some statistics, I asked Bob to look into this, and the scavenger hunt alone, with all the mining participation, replicated the first 2.5 years of mining work of the Bitcoin network in just 21 days. That's what we expect it to be. 700 plus days of mining on Bitcoin in 20 days. Think about that. That's pretty remarkable. The amount of energy, the amount of enthusiasm, the amount of excitement. It's the largest airdrop in history. It's the largest distribution in history. It's millions of people across the world, across 8 different ecosystems, 7 blockchains, and they all came together and said, we'll give it a shot. Not a single VC was involved. Not a single Ponzi scheme happened. Not a single token was sold. It was given away to you. You all had right of first refusal. That was a fair distribution. It was the way Satoshi did it, and it's the way we did it. Because we know when it's in your hands, you'll care about it. And if you care about it, you're going to keep it alive. You're going to build on it. You're going to make it work. And then you're going to give it to everybody else. There are countless thousands of creative, incredibly fun and special experiences that can and will be built on this platform for everyone, everywhere. And the fact that we can bring this to bear and add governance to it, add identity to it, and have an adult conversation about how these things should work in the 21st century, where everybody has a seat at the table, is a pretty special thing. The world right now is sick. It's unhealthy. Everybody hates each other. There's no trust anymore. The institutions are crumbling apart. There's so much cynicism. The press, we hate them, they hate us. Every time they hear something, their first thought is skepticism and cynicism. The first time you see something is skepticism and cynicism. And that, frankly speaking, is because the institutions lost the right to lead. because they don't have any objective reality at their core anymore, and you don't understand the incentives. So the blockchain space, we created this industry to restore that. But you can't have a stool that's missing legs and expect it to stay true when you sit on it. You need identity and you need privacy for that stool to last. So what Satoshi gave us is good money. What Ethereum gave us was programmability. What Cardano gave us is the third generation of interoperability and good governance. And we learned how to do scalability, and boy, that's going to be fun with Hydra and Leos. And what Midnight gives us is our identity and privacy back. So thank you all so much for being part of this revolution. Thank you all so much for being here at this lovely place. Thank you for making the scavenger hunt and the glacier drop the largest airdrop in the history of our industry. And next month, thank you all for being night holders. Here's to the future, everyone. Cheers.
Thank you, Charles, and a great assessment of what's to come all the way through to the end of next year. As some of you have already figured out, we're about to move into the coffee break, which is in the catering zone. Make sure you're back here for 3:15.
Hey everyone, welcome back to CoinDesk Live. We are coming to you from the Midnight Summit in London, England. Everyone at the event is taking a coffee break. You can get a coffee at home. Sam and I are here to talk you through that coffee. Sam, we've been talking about privacy all day. At the beginning of the stream, I said, it's also about creativity and collaboration. And something that's really standing out for me is if we want to get to a future where privacy is central, we need to collaborate, we need to work together, and it's not going to be easy. It's a long road ahead.
It is a long road ahead. I really loved when we were chatting with Max because here's someone who is so far focused really on how do we ensure data privacy.
Yep.
And the thing that he really said that stuck out to me is even when we win in the courts, we don't really win because they can really muck up the process of what it means to actually pay, how they manage the fact that we won here, but now this thing happens, and two jurisdictions away, we're also in the same kind of legal battle. It's just delay, and obfuscate. And I think what's really interesting about that is when we talk about privacy at the crypto level, where you can build privacy in by design, you don't have to worry about that anymore.
That's exactly what I thought was interesting about it too.
Yeah, like we suddenly get the choice to control what we can see, what we cannot see, what others can see. When we want to nuke the keys, we can nuke the keys. To me, it's why everyone's so excited right now, is because they're seeing their rights being taken down day in, day out by these big tech companies, and they want an alternative, and there really isn't one unless we have layers like Midnight, Zcash, Monero, some of these other folks working in the space. I think it's an exciting time.
It really is the power of decentralization, right? It's taking ownership back into our own hands. It's giving people the authority to make decisions on their own behalf. And it really starts with education. And so I think that's why it's important to have events like this. That's why it's important to have the conversations that we're having here on the stream, because you can't really act on it. You can't really go to the corporations and say, like, I actually want things to be different. You can't opt out of systems if you're not aware of what's going on.
Opting out of systems is really fascinating, because when we were talking to Max, I made that analogy to the old sort of oligarchs, if you would, who built the train systems and the energy plants and the banking system. And a lot of these folks were making their money because we were participating. We were riding the trains.
Yeah, exactly.
We were putting the money in. We were doing this. Now someone can look and say, I've done the engineering and see there's an area to disrupt around pet food, and I can now build an app that is built on the fact that I can gamify your obsession with your cat, and it's just none of it. It feels like everything is just a data play. Everything is the idea that I can exploit the little bits of data and information you give me. And it can be around dating, it can be around culture, it can be around working out, all of these areas that people are just constantly looking. And all of it, though, to me has this almost like insidious layer where every one of these are just data plays. Every one of these are just how much can I scrape and how much can I sell for that data. And it's kind of the world that I don't think any of us really want to live in.
I think that's why it's important to have the conversations, right? It's the world we don't want to live in, but a lot of people don't even know we're living in it, right? They feel trapped in it. And so, yeah, I think, like I said when we were talking to Max, like, are we too far gone? I think it's easy to listen to some of the conversations we're having here and feel like, oh, woe is me, what do I do now? And so it will be interesting to see how these systems get built out and how they integrate back into convenient, user-friendly applications that people can access, right?
If they do, I think, look, I think...
my hope is they do.
In the Privacy in Motion series that we've been doing with Midnight, we talk to a lot of people in the streets, and most of those people say, yeah, they're using my data too much. But a good chunk of them say, oh, they can use my data because they give me a better experience.
And they recommend the things I want.
Exactly. They show me the ads that I want to see. And I think it's just such an odd, to me, that's just a propaganda machine doing propaganda work, right?
Yeah.
It's like we have told you, we have given you something that's so valuable to you that you can't turn your eyes away from, and therefore we get to do whatever we want with it. And people are like, great, take more because I want an even more personalized experience. I just feel it's the wrong way to look at this.
Yeah, I agree with you. And you and I spoke about last week when we were really focusing on the traditional financial system that we're kind of moving towards a world where there's options, right? As people become more educated, as they start to learn a little bit more about the alternatives that are out there, they'll have the option to make a choice to, again, opt out of these systems. And I think that's a great place to be.
Speaking about great places to be, we are at the Old Royal Navy College. Is that correct?
It is correct.
In Greenwich.
Yes, where GMT comes from.
I did not know that. GMT, Greenwich Mean Time. I was just outside doing some more stuff with Max that we're filming, and I didn't realize how gorgeous this campus is. I think this is such a cool spot that Midnight chose. Not only for this is the time, like the center of time happens right here, but it's also, I love that it's a place of education. I love that, maritime was how people traveled the world. Now they do it on the internet. There's a lot of really interesting connections here that I find very fascinating.
Well, Charles Hoskinson was just talking about that on stage, and he's going to join us right here. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to find Charles, and we'll be right back.
If you're a builder, now is the time to come to build on Midnight.
Midnight is here.
Now is the time to jump in and start learning with everyone else.
Super excited about ZK. ZK, for those who have not been following, gets 10 times faster every year. So it's never been a better time to get involved.
Developers have so many different opportunities to get started building on Midnight right now. We are always running hackathons virtually. We have them in person.
We have our academy to teach you how to interact with the system and how to build your first smart contracts.
We have the forum, a Discord. We have an ambassador program coming soon. We're questing, so we're gamifying learning. You name it, we have it. You want it, we'll build it.
You're looking to get into developing on these kind of newer technologies, make sure you're very patient, make sure you build really good mental models of how things are working under the hood, because things are going to happen that challenge your assumptions, and you're going to have to be very flexible and thoughtful about investigating those issues.
The big thing I want to highlight is to leave as much feedback as possible.
We have a lot of potential to create innovative solutions that allow for use cases that have never been done before.
Midnight's here for everybody. It's not built for a specific use case per se, but Midnight does have that secret sauce.
It's the beginning, right? We're not even at mainnet yet. Those who are here now, they're the OGs. Our community is reshaping what Midnight will become together.
Come get involved. Everything's out in the open, so it's up to you. Come on in.
There's still a lot to build. There's still a lot of 10x improvements. You want to help as either a DApp developer or as somebody who wants to contribute to the core technology. So you're more welcome to message me on Twitter. Happy to bring you in and get you to also contribute to this wonderful future we're building together.
Yep.
Hey everyone, you're watching CoinDesk Live. We are coming to you from the Midnight Summit. We are here with the man of the hour, Cardano founder and CEO of Input Output, Charles Hoskinson. Charles, how's it going?
I love being here. Welcome to Greenwich.
Thank you so much for having us here. And I got to start here. We're going to talk about privacy, but I just want to ask you, Charles, what's the craziest thing you've done this week? We always take the conversation in so many different directions. And so I know you have an insane story that you probably can tell us.
I wish I did. No, the craziest thing I think is being here. I never thought I would do a presentation at the Naval Observatory. This is like where GMT was invented.
Yep.
All the time codes, all these things. It's surreal, but it's just a lot of fun to travel around and actually finally be able to announce Midnight's launch date. That's something we've been waiting for 6 years to be able to do.
I mean, look, we spoke about Midnight, I think in Korea. I think we spoke about Midnight before that, and before then, it had just started to launch.
Yeah.
We were starting to see the momentum. Now we've had the airdrop happen. We're in the mine net right now, scavenger mine. People are doing it. Yeah. I've heard there's now millions of people into the ecosystem. Give us like a little bit of like where you think this has gone. Your excitement about how many people are participating. What you think they're going to get out of it. Give us everything.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the largest airdrop in history. It beat Arbitrum. I think they were around 650,000. I think there's several million. It's hard to tell with all the wallets because there's not a one-to-one mapping with it.
Right.
But when it all gets consolidated down, we'll see where that number sits. But in the mining participation alone, we do have some hard numbers on that. The scavenger hunt consumed more than 2.5 years of Bitcoin's mining in terms of computational power. The first 2 years, 2009 and 2010, and a little in 2011. And that's in like less than 20 days. So it's really remarkable if you see how much computational power has been thrown at that. When you look at just all the partnerships that have been made, whether it be Google Cloud or the hundreds of dApp builders, there's a really strong ecosystem right out of the gate. And now that we have kind of like a 4-phase launch over the next 9 months, what that does is it allows us to kind of open those gates gradually, starting with liquidity and then the dApps and then the actual consensus nodes and then all the bridges to the rest of the ecosystem. So I really look forward to next year. It's going to be a lot of fun to have all the KPIs. It's going to be a lot of fun to have a foundation that's aggressively tracking them and saying how do we get lots of monthly active users in TVL and transaction volume. And just their ability to make partnerships is astounding. I mean, Fortune 5 companies down to Web3 ventures all in the same breath. That's a cool thing to be able to be part of all that.
Jen, have you been in the scavenger mine yet?
I've not.
Okay, I will say it is fun. You get these problems put it on your computer, and it takes, depending on the difficulties, it can go from very easy, I've seen up to medium.
So it's very easy. I need it to be very easy for me.
It is very easy, but the problems are, and then at some point you just see your computer going, and then you get a green bar, and it says you have successfully mined and solved the solution, and it's very rewarding. So I've been having a lot of fun with it.
I'm going to do that later tonight and report back.
The 21st day is browser only, so all the APIs get turned off, so it's like for the little guy.
It's fantastic.
So that's the time to do it.
Charles, I'm curious about this privacy moment we're having right now, right? The narrative around privacy really seems to have taken off. Zcash is the only token that's pumping in a sea of red. Why do you think now is the time that everyone is so focused on this privacy conversation?
I think people are starting to realize that it's getting real, and they're not really comfortable with everything you own, everything you say, everything you know being forever recorded and transparent and accessible by everyone everywhere. They're saying, well, maybe we should have a system that's like private by default, and then I can choose whether to disclose it or not. That makes like more sense. So the Zcash guys are awesome. Zuko's a friend of mine, and they've done some phenomenal things, and it's a great ecosystem. And it's really fun to watch them grow as they have and watch the price appreciate as it has. It should have happened a long time ago. And so we always bet big on this, but we say it's not good enough just to have rational disclosure. You also have to really think carefully about how identity is going to work and ultimately the cooperative model. Because the thing is, network effects are network effects. And if you go in and say, well, this is Zcash versus Ether or Zcash versus Bitcoin, you're fighting 550 million users there.
Right.
You have to say, how do I get Ether or Bitcoin to be recognized on the network as a first-class citizen and used to pay for transaction fees and fuel? And then you have something that feels like an extension of Bitcoin and feels like an extension of Ethereum. And that's what we've done with Midnight, this whole concept of cooperative economics. So we're really excited to bring that to the forefront. We think there's a lot there, and we think there's a lot of leapfrogging that can be done, like bringing tensor codes in so that GPUs can do this, so all that AI stuff actually works in privacy. So you can have these giant data centers that actually can do the proofs for it instead of having to build ASICs. And the other side of it is also thinking about unifying all the privacy primitives like homomorphic encryption and multi-party computation together. So there's a lot we bring to the table above and beyond what's currently in market. But the first step is you got to get it out there. And that's why Glacier and Scavenger was so important. And we went the opposite way. Everybody raised money from VCs and did the Ponzonomics, and things like Zcash and us, it was a fair distribution. People mined it, people mined ours, and it was an airdrop, and everybody had right of first refusal. There was no ICO, there was no venture capital investment. So in many ways, it was kind of like a return to first principles for the market as a whole, because most people are just fatigued. There's too many tokens launching, there's too much big money coming in, and a lot of retail users are kind of bitter. They feel like they've been screwed by the big guys. And that's why the sentiment is so bad, despite the fact that the market is advancing so well. People just are tired of the markets kind of moving into odd patterns against them.
And you mentioned the idea of cooperation. The initial drop was across 8 different chains. And it sounds like the opportunity really is to say, hey, we want this layer that really can ride above. That just says you have selective privacy, you can program it how you need it to be, and whether you're in Solana, whether you're in Cardano, doesn't really matter, right? But be private, play in the sphere. And then the idea of selective disclosure, the ability to turn off and on what you want. It's amazing to me that people don't ask for this from their normal apps, from their normal airlines, from their banks. They just, they almost expect, they're almost like, take it all and do what you want with it, as long as I get to do the thing I want. We do the labor, they get the profit. It does feel like this is a reversal of model.
Yeah, well, people are starting to realize, especially in age of generative AI, how bad of an idea that is. All these artists are saying, hang on a second here, now we're using AI to make songs that sound like me, or all these celebrities are saying, hey, that sounds like my voice, or remember it was the movie Her with Scarlett Johansson, and then suddenly OpenAI releases a voice assistant that sounds suspiciously like Scarlett Johansson. So that's the problem, that when you turn over all your data with generative AI, you turn over you. You turn over your likeness, your voice, your mind, all of your contributions to people that you have no control over. So people are starting to realize that they, by design, need privacy back, and they need sovereignty over their identity and their data. So when we built Midnight, we said we wanted to have a layer that could work with the legacy world and the DeFi world alike, and it can act as kind of that regulating layer for AI, regulating layer for finance, regulating layer for compliant activities, where you're in the driver's seat about who gets to use that, under what terms and conditions they get to use that, and ultimately where the fruits of that economic labor go. So Midnight is kind of the first major step in that direction. There'll obviously need to be lots of upgrades and things to fully realize the vision, but ultimately I think it's the only choice, and it's the only option, especially in a world with generative AI. The other side of it is that we used to believe in rules-based international order. The nation states would get together, they'd make a deal, they'd get a treaty, and the World Bank and the IMF and these other institutions would kind of figure it out. But that doesn't work when you have China and Russia and America at each other's throats. The minute whatever their geopolitics demand get in the way of an international agreement, like look at the tariffs, for example, they just throw it all up in the air and say, even though we have a treaty, we're just going to tariff you or do this thing. So if you're a business, you get whiplash, because you say, wait, hang on a second, I built my entire business model based upon this rules-based understanding, and now it's been ripped up. Am I just going to shut down and fire 200,000 employees and I can no longer do this? So a large amount of business is going to move into the digital commons, and it's going to move into the blockchain commons, and you can't do that on a Cardano or Ethereum or Bitcoin because they don't have the privacy component. You need to be able to balance what's private, what's public, how it's disclosed, what the regulatory schema is, and we think that the way we design Midnight, it's the best option because it doesn't require Ethereum to change or Bitcoin to change or Cardano to change. It just gives that capability, and it acts kind of like a layer 2 to everybody. So it's neutral, you just pay in the way you want, you call it in the way you want, and that's really the vision, and once it's fully realized, I think there's no going back with it.
Charles, you were just describing a future where AI really takes your whole identity, and I think that's a future that we are barreling towards. It reminds me of a Black Mirror episode when you describe it, and I think folks watching at home feel like there's not really anything they can do about it. We were talking about this earlier. It might be too far gone. Just connect the dots for our audience here. How do we opt out of that future and leverage some of the technology that we're talking about?
Well, it's super hard because you have these multi-trillion-dollar companies that are so powerful they kind of run the government. And what they're doing is they're kind of pushing us there. So the first step is you economically opt out. So you get into systems where they're not beholden to that, and then you build more and more of your digital life in that purview. So eventually Midnight can run things like a trustless Google, Midnight can run things like a trustless Facebook, these types of things. And yes, even the AI agents can be brokered and live on Midnight, where the semantical value of them, getting them to know you, can be preserved without them actually knowing your personally identifiable information or being able to replicate or copy you. So we think we can get there in 5 to 10 years, but the first step is the opt-out. You have to move out of the old economic system and into this new system. And once you're in the new system, then there's an inevitability, because we already have strength in numbers. There's 550 million people that use crypto. And we're going to be at 1 billion people that use crypto by 2030, and probably 2 to 5 billion by the end of the 2030s. So we have the people, and we have trillions of dollars of raw value inside this ecosystem. We just have to take the next step and say, well, what is required to make this system work with all the cloud infrastructure? What's required to make this work with all the privacy-preserving infrastructure? How would regulations work in an automated way in the blockchain space so that we can get it all sorted out? And Midnight's kind of our experimentation to pull all that identity, computation, data into one place, and then build it in a way where no one has any incentives to compete with it. They say, well, I don't care if Midnight's successful because it works with Ether. I don't care if Midnight's successful because it works with Bitcoin. It's like an extension. My currency is compatible with that. I know I'm never going to be shut out of that system.
You know, it reminds me of, 2 days ago you did a kind of turned on your camera, did a great kind of long talk with Twitter about people who are paper handing their crypto. And I heard about it from a lot of people I know in the crypto space. They were like, this is when we love Charles being Charles, right? You turn on, you just go. But you really were making this argument, which was, are you participating in the fiat system where you are the victim of these governments, the victim of anyone who can affect the quality of your money, who could deplatform you, who could debank you, or do you want to play in the system that is in your advantage? And crypto is the system to play into. And you're really making the argument for why crypto itself, as a core technology, is about freedom, it is about personal decision making, it is also about the idea that you get to own what you have, and really every dollar you put back into fiat, you are giving that up.
Yeah.
And this reminds me of it because in the sense that when we think of TikTok, or we think of OpenAI, or we think of Twitter or of Google, in essence we're giving them the same thing. Every time we don't use a crypto app that can do the same thing, we are allowing those people to make more and more money off us and not allow our humanity and our individuality to be valued because they just see us as raw data to sell. Is that the right way to think about it?
Yeah, and unfortunately it's so far gone. It's just difficult to sort fact from fiction anymore. I mean, this is a weird world where if you're a parent, Google will know that your daughter's pregnant before you do. Google will know that your wife has cancer before you do. It's such a crazy world about how much we've actually disclosed and how much of our sovereignty, our self-sovereignty, has been basically turned over to a handful of very powerful companies. And by extension, those companies use that to run the government.
Can I interrupt? It's not even just that they will know that you are gay before you're telling your parents.
Yeah.
It's that they are actively funneling you towards the alt-right, the alt-left.
Oh, yeah.
They're radicalizing you to places that make them money.
That's the next step, is that there's this algorithmic tyranny, because once they know everything, you will use them as a companion and ask them questions like, what should I do with my life? Where should I go? Where should I go on vacation? Well, is it Lake Tahoe or Lake Como? Depending on who pays more, it's Lake Como or Lake Tahoe. So algorithmic decision-making has gotten so pervasive that we're living in a psychosis as society, and the things that we think and believe aren't our own thoughts. We just get irrationally angry at things, and we don't really know why, and we get because we've been propagandized by the algorithms, and those algorithms are there to increase more engagement and incentivize more clicks. They have nothing at all to do with us being free-thinking humans. So that's a meta problem of society. And again, the opt-out, and this is what I was saying in the video, is you've got to get to a system where the fruits of your labors are at least not subject to that. Then the next step after you get your money into that system is to get your digital life into that system, your communication systems, your social networks, how you search the web, and ultimately how you interface with AI, and then also get more and more of your assets into that world, your stocks, your bonds, your real estate, these types of things, and then smaller and smaller remit for these large multinational companies, and eventually you can just get rid of them. Because at the end of the day, they're middlemen. Google doesn't usually create the information, they just help you find it. Facebook doesn't figure out what cats you're going to take pictures of and take those pictures for. You take the cat pictures. They just create the fabric upon which the cat picture gets transmitted to your friends and family. So you can replace them with decentralized protocols, but you can't do that unless it's self-sovereign infrastructure, and you can't do that unless it's economically sustainable infrastructure. So we have to figure out how to do it at scale. And I think it's not about displacing Google and Microsoft and from the perspective of shutting them down. They have hundreds of billions of dollars in data centers. Let's find a way for them to do that in their data centers, but do that in a way where they can't see what you're doing. Do that in a way where they don't care what you're doing because they can't differentiate it from one user to the other. So at the end of the day, they're selling bandwidth, data storage, and computation. And they can still make hundreds of billions of dollars doing that for us, and they can hold up this massive data economy we have, but they no longer are in a privileged position of knowing you to cradle to grave and then being able to influence you cradle to grave for all the things that you think and do.
What do you think it's going to take for that change to happen, or to incentivize the Googles of the world to think differently about their business model?
Make them money. You know, that's all you got to do to change the behavior of a company. If you show, like, a great example is when we were growing up. You're pretty young, so probably not you, but you know, when we were growing up, remember Napster and LimeWire and all this other stuff? And all the people
I used Napster and LimeWire.
Everybody was just like file sharing galore, and so what was the response by the recording industry? They were suing everybody. You know, and when they found the streaming model was more profitable and letting people just watch it on YouTube was more profitable for free, they stopped suing people and they realized that there was a different distribution model that they could make.
But they came late.
They came late, but they still realized it at the end. And so really the key to changing behavior of governments and large companies is figuring out a way to re-incentivize things. So what's cool about Midnight at its core is you can't just pay in cryptocurrencies, you can pay in dollar-backed stable coins, you can pay in dollar-backed euros, so you can actually use this for government infrastructure, you can use it for voting systems, you can use it for whatever. And so given that it's interoperable with the legacy stuff and the Web3 stuff, it means that if you tune it in just the right way, they can actually make potentially more money utilizing a network like this, especially since they can share with their competitors' costs than competing with the infrastructure. So the key is always economic, and find models to make more money, aggregate for everyone everywhere, and find ways for the underdog to be able to actually catch up with the system. Because, you know, big companies have winners and losers. If Amazon wins, maybe Oracle loses. If Oracle wins, maybe Microsoft loses. So whoever is on the underdog status, give them that capability, and they may be able to use it to leapfrog over their competition. So I think there's some game theory for us to win. But, you know, it's two sides of the market. You have to keep the retail happy, you have to keep the institution happy. And on the retail side, really it's just about opting out and give them easy ways to do that and get more and more of their life in that world. And on the institution side, it's about make them more money than the old way, and then everybody goes that way. Like the same for solar. People say, you know, how do we get rid of all the coal plants? Well, if you can make solar plus the batteries cheaper than the coal, everybody just do solar. It's not because they want to save the environment, it's just because it's cheaper at the end of the day.
We got to go in a second, but I want to ask you one last question about retail. You mentioned retail sentiment is down. I think we can all agree on that. What do you think it's going to take for that sentiment to shift, given everything we've discussed?
I think the biggest issue with retail sentiment is that everybody entered, myself included, 2025 thinking that the Trump administration was going to be this magic net positive for the ecosystem, because he's literally, the US government has become a bag holder. You know, it's like, that's the biggest economy in the world, and it's gone from trying to kill crypto to embracing crypto. But sometimes by having the big guy hug you, they hug too hard, and they love too much, and it kind of crushes your ribs. Kind of like Lum from Goonies. So what we're having to contend with is the US government, in a very hand-fisted way, has been, in some cases, a little unhelpful to the industry. So it created an irrational exuberance, and it interfered with our normal 4-year cycle that we have, and we're trying to sort all that stuff out. But we've gotten used to it now, and we've gotten used to the new normal, and I think Clarity Act will pass in Q1, and then we'll get back to that normal bull market that we have. The other side of it is that there was just so much catastrophic damage done to retail in 2021 that a lot of people wrote crypto off. And it was just like the internet with the .com boom and bust. It took about a good 5 to 6 years for people to start really taking the internet serious again as an investment. And so we're just now at that inflection point And because things got political, it stopped that natural progression, and some people kept their dry powder in. But eventually people are going to come back in, and you see it with privacy coins, not because they love crypto, but because they realize that the dollar is on life support.
Yeah.
It's a 37 trillion national debt. Global debt is $318 trillion, and it can never be repaid. There's no intention to ever even repay it. And you have a situation where inflation is getting very bad and very pervasive for people. And every day people are asking simple questions. Why is there less and less food in my shopping cart? Why is it harder and harder to pay for my mortgage? They're talking about 50-year mortgages now, you know? And so when they see that type of stuff, they say, I want sound money. There's really only one option for sound money. It's the cryptocurrency space. So they'll gradually work their way there, and now that institutions are embracing it, it's easier now than ever for people to come on in. It's just unfortunately, you know, it's just been challenging this year given the high politicization and the tariffs and some unrealistic expectations and some botched false starts. But you know, it only slows the Giga Chad bull run down. It doesn't stop it. So I think 2026 is going to be an incredible year. Privacy is going to be the one that kind of launches it and brings back retail. And then all the other guys are going to get a halo effect from it, and we're going to see a big lift in the industry as a whole. And I think we'll close out 2026 with $250,000 Bitcoin and a very healthy and vibrant ecosystem.
I love that I didn't even have to ask you for the Bitcoin prediction. Charles, thank you so much for joining us, and thanks for having us at the event.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Charles. Always a pleasure.
That was Input Output CEO Charles Hoskinson. We are going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Your personal information is the most valuable asset in the digital economy. Bought, sold, and traded every second, often without you knowing. Apps and devices opt you in by default, quietly extracting more than you realize. In one public experiment, buses equipped with sensors collected data from mobile devices at close range, legally and with ease. If it's that simple for a passing vehicle, imagine how easy it is for the companies you interact with every day. Privacy shouldn't be optional. At Midnight, we're empowering dApps to protect users' data by default. With selective disclosure, you decide exactly what to share and what to keep private. The freedom to interact without being exposed, that's rational privacy.
Hey everyone, welcome back to CoinDesk Live from Midnight Summit in London, England. I'm Jen Sanasi, here with my co-host Sam Ewan. And Sam, I gotta say, we just had Charles Hoskinson here. He said $250,000 Bitcoin by the end of 2026, which is a little bit more believable than some of the other predictions I've seen out there, given where we are today.
I mean, literally yesterday, Jen, you and I were talking about how, I think it was Tom Lee was predicting still $150,000 Bitcoin, $7,000 Ethereum. Things were just a little exuberant for the moment in the market that we are in right now.
I gotta wonder if some of these figureheads that we have in this industry say numbers a little bit for the shock value, a little bit for the entertainment value, and we gotta know.
Maybe a little bit for their own bags.
We take it with a little bit of grain of salt. I think it is a little bit for their own bags sometimes.
I like to say bags because it's Canadian.
Bags.
It always makes me laugh, yes.
All right, well, we are here at Midnight Summit in London, a real privacy-focused event here. I got to draw on what Charles just said, too. He thinks that the privacy narrative is going to pull us out of this little lull that we're in, but you have a game to tell us about.
Well, speaking of privacy, you know, I was talking with some folks in the audience earlier, and one of them gave me a little alpha, which is that on this Thursday, there's a game dropping with Brave. I think it's called Brave Game, Season 1. Brave, Midnight, and a very special third team to be announced.
Okay.
And think of it like Squid Game, but on chain.
Okay.
So yeah, what I heard was it's all privacy focused, but the idea of folks get cast into teams, they have to do all these activities, a lot of puzzle solving, things like that. But the idea is like you get to go down the road as you're doing privacy actions, you are hopefully winning. A lot of people are not going to. We've seen what happened with Squid Game. Going to be a lot of bodies left on the floor.
But there's going to be no real deaths, right?
Zero actual deaths, but maybe some reputations. We'll find out. But yeah, Brave Game Season 1. Thursday will be an announcement on Brave and Midnight, and you'll be able to check it out. And I'm just excited to play more games. I love that gaming is still a micro-narrative.
Yep.
Should be more of a macro-narrative in crypto, but also that around the theory of privacy. The game world, I was thinking about this the other day, how much kids play games because they love the conversation back and forth and the anonymity that comes with the idea that you can play Fortnite with someone who's in Australia and have a great time, not having to needing to know what they look like, where they live. You just have a great vibe with them. And I think it's an area that we should be continually looking for to bring more people into blockchain.
Yeah.
Don't make it a very complicated blockchain game. Just make it something that's fun to play. Everyone loves a Squid Game.
Everyone loves a Squid Game.
So I'm excited to see what happens.
Well, I'm going to play, and you're going to play, and we're going to regroup on this.
Different teams.
Okay.
I'm coming after you.
Wow,
Yeah.
that was rude. I thought we were going to be on the same
I meant same team.
But okay,
yes,
Sam.
we're going to do this together.
I think what you're saying is...
Wagamy.
Wagamy, okay. I think what you're saying is exactly right. Games are more social than social media, right? There are real connections that are made in games, and I don't think that the Web3 gaming narrative has gone away. I think some elements of what folks were trying to build and some narratives that folks were trying to push maybe have gone away, but I completely agree with you. I think if we look at what the younger generations are doing, gaming is not going anywhere. It really is their way to connect and interact, and we're seeing economies being built in the likes of Roblox and
True virtual
Fortnite.
economies, absolutely.
True virtual economies.
Yeah.
And so I think gaming will continue to iterate, and we will get there, and that narrative will definitely be back.
Well, after our conversation last week at Chainlink, I wrote a post about the metaverse, as we were talking about it, but this idea about that there's generations of millions and millions of kids who grew up with virtual economies, understanding what it meant to exchange digital value, and the idea that along with that tokenization brings digital twinning, whether to your house, your car, your stock portfolio. And this is really just the macro game of the internet. Packy McCormick wrote about this a very long time ago. But we're seeing it actually play out in a way that I think is really dramatic. And the gaming industry itself is so big, we just know people love to play. And so the fact that Robinhood is what it is because of gamification. Pump Fun is because of gamification. I just think this is a macro we're going to see more and more, and that we want to see how people, I think, are going to engage in real life, knowing that achievements, unlocking the badges, taking on the big boss is all just part of life these days. So it's going to be a fun one.
I agree with you. We're seeing a bunch of crypto companies also vie to be that next big super app, the WeChat of the West, if you will. And I think the one that's going to win is the one that's going to have some kind of gamified element in it. And so I think that you're exactly right.
Any predictions there?
I don't want to make any predictions live on air. I'm often wrong.
Nothing wrong about being wrong, as long as you admit you're wrong. I'm going to say that the super app is not going to be X.
I don't
think it's going to be TikTok.
Should I make my prediction? I want to say it because I think maybe I think it's going to be Coinbase.
The Coinbase.
I think Base is what's gonna push
Very
Coinbase super app. I could be completely wrong.
It's as good a guess as any.
Tell me yours.
Oh, I don't know if I have one yet. I think that for me, I think that the thing that I think people don't get is games, social media. And the internet in general is really about a way for people to just have chats.
Yeah.
Right? And so the thing about a Coinbase, which is a great example, is it doesn't yet have the human-to-human element.
I think they're going to get there.
And they may get there.
But
there. When we look at Farcaster, we look at some of the like Nostr, some of the sort of core Web3 protocols that are built with social in mind, they haven't really gotten it right.
Yeah.
And so I think it's a big leap to think, Coinbase is a fantastic app, it's a big leap to think that they become the everything app, but again, I would be happy to be wrong about that one.
I have no idea. I probably am wrong. But we are going to continue the chat right here. If you're just joining us, this is CoinDesk Live. We are at the Midnight Summit, and we're going to welcome our next guest with us now. We have Marieke Flamant. She is the co-author of Euro Stable Watch. Hello.
Hi.
All right, we are talking about privacy, as you know, and we can't have the privacy conversation without talking about stablecoins and CBDCs. I want to start with the digital euro. I want to talk about the progression there. I think the digital euro is supposed to come out by 2029, which seems like a really far time from now. Talk to us about the privacy conversations that are being had around there and what people should be thinking about as this conversation is had at a governmental level.
Yeah, well, I think what's actually very interesting first is that every government is taking a different stance on that, right? So you mentioned the digital euro, which is very European way of framing the conversation, which is a lot around CBDC. The European Central Bank is actually looking at two CBDC. One is wholesale, which they don't really talk about, but that's the real one that's being tested, and there is actually pilots and things that are going on there. And then there is the other one, which is the digital euro, which is the retail CBDC, which is pretty not coming before 2029, as was recently announced, for which there is very, very little details, but also like very little appetite for do we actually really need it? Because we are, after all, in a world which has stable coins, which has tokenized deposits, which has a whole bunch of other things, and therefore the question is like, should this really be the priority of the central bank? So yeah, not much detail, a lot of questions around privacy. Do we really want central banks to actually own everything and be able to look in details into our own wallets and have an oversight of that? Personally, I don't. But again, because it's 2029, we don't have that much details.
Marieke, you spend a lot of time in this space, not only what you're doing now, but at NEAR and I believe Circle before that. You understand it better than most. When you talk about CBDCs, you know, a lot of us in the crypto space are skeptical. And I think I wonder how much, you know, a central bank wants to think of its money being utilized in a micropayment in LATAM or in Africa. And is that a barrier where Tether and USDC see this as a tremendous opportunity? So how do we get the banks thinking about that, or do we really want to say stay out?
Well, I think actually what should be realized that the money stack as we know it is being reinvented. And when I think of it, I think of interoperability between different instruments, right? And so there is different way to tokenize fiat, one of which could be CBDC. And there might be a place for actually CBDC amongst central banks themselves or amongst banks and central banks, but not touching the end users, right? There might be a place for tokenized deposits for banks and large businesses. And there's definitely a place for actually, you know, end users, wherever they are in the world, for actually getting access to a fiat currency. So in my mind, the conversation when we talk one or the other is actually very wrong, because it actually could be very much a stack of different things that enable different use cases and that are needed in different circumstances. And that's where it's actually this idea of this new money stack that's starting to emerge.
Can you give us an example? Because I've heard a lot of folks say if we have stable coins, we don't need CBDCs, and if we have CBDCs, we don't need stable coins. Can you talk to us about a world or give us an example and where we would need both?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think actually in the Genius Act, for example, stablecoins are backed by treasuries, but that might not be the case everywhere, right? And so you definitely need an instrument to go back to what is it backed by. And for example, under MiCA, you could say, well, actually, stablecoins could be backed in particular by other fiat that are issued by the central government. So that's where you would have actually a stablecoin that is a DOS in part, not all of it, but on CBDC, and where that actually makes sense. Now, does it make sense for when you go and buy your bread to do that with CBDC? If you get in that world, do we need banks then? You know, do we actually need intermediaries, or even do we need fintech? And so I think that's not a world where you can distribute power and ultimately like different use cases. So I think that's a good way to think about it. But again, you know, not everything is necessarily like the Genius Act is, which is backed by treasuries, and not all governments will be in that situation, which is why the US might not need CBDCs, but other countries might actually need that.
Well, but I think what's interesting to me is, you know, we've been traveling a lot around the world and having these conversations. There's certain places you go where someone says, "Oh, make sure when you go to that place you need cash," you know, and they'll take this credit card, but they don't take Amex, right, or something like that. There's still so many rules put in how we can spend money, and I think it's just interesting that whenever we're at an event like this, everyone is very future forward, tech forward, of like, no, money should just be exchangeable in all ways, and maybe you're paying a little bit of a swap here and there. I think the way you talk about a stack sounds right to me, because it does mean, okay, maybe you have all these things and these little interoperable middleware that just converts, but I wouldn't have the issue I had in Korea where I couldn't take money out of the ATM, right? But I do think that we know money is also power, right? And so a lot of folks look at money as being power, and they say, the minute I give up what my dollar means to me, is the minute we as a country might be done. So is it some of it the sentiment within the governments themselves, which is to step into the future a little bit and say, Facebook didn't kill your community. It may have made a difference, but is it time to adjust to what my Facebook strategy would be?
Yeah, 100%. And look, I think actually one of the things that we're trying to raise awareness on is, number one, 99% of stablecoins today are in US dollar. And I think a big mistake that is very often made by many governments is like, yeah, but stablecoins are just for crypto trading. They're not. Stablecoins are absolutely way beyond that, and they're actually in very large use in different countries across the world, whether it's for cross-border, for intra-payment, or just because there is too much inflation in your country. And the minute you realize that, that's one thing for your sovereignty to say, well, if I'm not participating in that, then what does it mean? But the other thing is also stablecoins, because of the way they're built, will definitely be the rails for an AI agentic world, for real-world asset tokenization, and so on and so forth. And so I think it's having that level of conversation to say, well, actually, that's why you need, as a country, everybody needs to think about it, but also looking at the stark reality in which we are, because as you say, money is power. And I think actually, if you think of the dollar dominance world we are in today, stablecoins being 99% of denominated in dollar, that dominance will just continue. And there might be actually an opportunity for different countries to step up or to rejig things or to do things differently, and the moment is now.
Well, I mean, would you say then Europe might be a little bit asleep at the wheel when we look at how the new financial rails are being built really on the back of these huge US dollar denominated stablecoins? What needs to happen for Europe to catch up?
Well, I think actually in Europe, we lack clarity. So there's two things. One, we have a tendency to want to stop things. And another message that we're trying to convey is that stablecoins are unstoppable. And so it's not because you're going to put more and more regulation and try to say that people cannot hold more than X amount in a wallet. You're not going to be able to stop that. And so in Europe, unfortunately, there is this tendency to want to stop things with more regulation. But there is also a lack of clarity. Right? We were talking about CBDC and those two CBDC, wholesale and retail. If you're on a continent where your central bank is having a competitive approach with you as an industry participant, then you might not want to participate. And that's actually hindering innovation. And actually on that front, the US is very clear. It's a private market and go all out and fight for it and compete for it, which is a much clearer message. I think the UK actually is making very big strides in having at least its central bank saying, like, we're not going to compete. And we know that someone else will need to do stablecoin. That's huge for a country. And so I think that first lack of clarity on what the future stack of money might be and what the role of each participant could be in it is fundamental. And then again, it's this, not wanting to stop things all the time because certain things are just unstoppable.
Marieke, thank you so much for joining us here. We'll continue the conversation around privacy. It was a pleasure having you here.
Thank you so much.
All right, that was Euro Stable Watch co-founder Marieke Flamenke. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
If you're a builder, now's the time to come to Build on Midnight.
Midnight is here.
Now is the time to jump in and start learning with everyone else.
Super excited about ZK. ZK, for those who have not been following, gets 10 times faster every year. So it's never been a better time to get involved.
Developers have so many different opportunities to get started building on Midnight right now. We are always running hackathons virtually. We have them in person.
We have our academy to teach you how to interact with the system and how to build your first smart contracts.
We have the forum, a Discord. We have an ambassador program coming soon. We're questing, so we're gamifying learning. You name it, we have it. You want it, we'll build it.
If you're looking to get into developing on these kind of newer technologies, make sure you're very patient. Make sure you build really good mental models of how things are working under the hood, because things are going to happen that challenge your assumptions, and you're going to have to be very flexible and thoughtful about investigating those issues.
The big thing I want to highlight is to leave as much feedback as possible.
We have a lot of potential to create innovative solutions that allow for use cases that have never been done before.
Midnight's here for everybody. It's not built for a specific use case per se, but Midnight does have that secret sauce.
It's the beginning, right? We're not even at mainnet yet. Those who are here now, they're the OGs. Our community is reshaping what Midnight will become together.
Come get involved. Everything's out in the open, so it's up to you. Come on in.
There's still a lot to build. There's still a lot of 10x improvements. You want to help as either a DApp developer or as somebody who wants to contribute to the core technology. So you're more welcome to message me on Twitter. Happy to bring you in and get you to also contribute to this wonderful future we're building together.
Hey everyone, if you're just joining us, you're watching CoinDesk Live. We are at the Midnight Summit in London, England. And our next guest joins us now. He's the co-founder of Velocity, Eric Quetham. Hey, Eric.
Hey guys, how's it going? Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. We were just talking about stablecoins with our last guest. You are the co-founder of Velocity. Lay a foundation for us here. Talk to us about how Velocity enables the stablecoin future.
Absolutely. So Velocity is a early stage stablecoin infrastructure business. We are the first organization who is really building infrastructure for global CFOs and treasurers. We're taking our experience in traditional finance and helping really bridge the world into Web3 and helping these businesses advance into using stablecoins for payments and treasury use cases.
Do the CFOs and treasurers want this future, and do they fully understand it? I guess my question is, what kinds of questions are they asking, and is there still a little bit of reluctance there?
There is, which is natural. I think in any kind of new emerging technology, anytime you challenge the system someone's built, which today is built off the back of traditional fiat rails and the banking partnerships that they've forged and the payment institutions they're working with, they feel, they feel like they're doing a pretty good job. And so I often like to start these conversations with treasurers, which is, anyone who in particular feels like they've built the perfect fly trap, tell me a little bit about where you're pre-funding. And they're like, well, I am taking a $100 million credit line on Thursdays for this reason. Tell me a little bit about your FX fees and what you're paying, and tell me a little bit more about the capital efficiency you have and how you're structuring your internal organization around the world and getting capital to the right places. And as you start to, I think, kind of dig in and even get one layer deeper, they really start to open up and their eyes light up about, wow, didn't know you could do that, that's really interesting. There's a lot of impact there, maybe I am interested. And so it's a slow moving kind of ball, but I think the momentum is building, and certainly the global regulation and the footprint that's been laid around the world that stablecoins are here and they're safe and folks should be experimenting with them, I think it's starting to catch on.
Eric, I think a lot about the fact that the sentiment has changed so much in crypto at the corporate level since like 2021 and then the crash where no one wanted to touch it for a while. And now, we have governments involved with it, we have the biggest businesses in the world thinking about it. So when you talk about stablecoin infrastructure and what you guys do at Velocity, tell us, what does that conversation look like? What are they coming to you for, or are you going in and sort of forensically looking and saying, oh, you can actually do better if you do this?
Yeah, I think right now it's a mix of one of two use cases. We do have a lot of people coming to us and saying, the board or my boss or my investors have said, I need to get smart on this thing. Yeah. Tell me a little bit about how I should thinking about it, right? Which I think for us, we enjoy, right? The education aspect of it for me, having come from a traditional finance background, I find quite interesting because I was on that journey just a few years ago, right? I came from WorldPay, which is one of the largest payments companies in the world, and I helped introduce crypto and Web3 into that organization, and it took a lot of work to get people comfortable across finance and the regulatory team and the compliance team and the risk team and everybody, right? And so I think I love when people come with that question because I get to take them a little bit on the journey that I went through over the last 4 or 5 years. I think you also then have a lot of people who are ready to buy, who have said, hey, I saw my peer, or I talked to my peer who's a treasurer or CFO at this organization, and I understand that they're now using stablecoins for collection in these 5 markets, and they've now gained this amount of efficiency, and it's a big win. It's hitting the bottom line is the reality. And so I think what you had originally and a few years ago is of people building infrastructure for edge use cases, which is people who couldn't get access to traditional payments or banking rails, has fundamentally changed.
But I just want to dive in one second, which is, because you mentioned the people who are now reaching out to you.
Yeah.
Are they CFOs? Are they head of product? What's the role of people who are saying we need to think of our stablecoin strategy?
Yeah, I think often in sophisticated organizations where payments really matters, meaning you have a complex payments environment, and so you've built a team which is a combination of probably commercial /partnership/product people. They're typically leading the conversation. You also, I think, in less sophisticated organizations have treasurers now asking the question. And I think for a long time it's been hard to be a treasurer. The biggest decision you might make is, if I'm going to switch to a different tier 1 bank, or if I'm going to implement a new TMS. And all of those things are pretty high risk, because if they go wrong, you're in big trouble. If they go well, no one remembers, right? And now they're presented with this opportunity where they can introduce stablecoins in their environment and maybe, put a couple million, if not tens of millions of dollars to the bottom line through efficiency. And that's, I think, pretty exciting to them.
There's this real narrative around trust in crypto, trust and networks, and it really sounds like that's translating over now to these Web2 companies with the CFOs learning about stablecoins from their network, learning that they can trust this new infrastructure from their network, and it's interesting to kind of see that transition over into an already very established financial world.
Yes, and I would completely agree with you. Now, what I would say is, I'm not sure we've crossed the trust line and are going to stay there forever. I think there could be another big event, right? There could be another, downturn, privacy issue, something, right, that happens that makes the ecosystem kind of go back and say, all right, we haven't quite cracked it perfectly and we have additional work to do. But I do feel like most people are across that line now. Everyone I've reached out to in my network, hundreds of people as I've stood up this company, every single one of them has taken a meeting, right? Nobody's saying, hey, look, stablecoins just aren't for us. It feels too edgy. It feels too complicated. Everybody's interested right now.
And I assume no one's saying, hey, crypto's that criminal money anymore.
Yeah, look, I think stablecoins have built their own brand at this point, right? Like when I tell people I'm doing stuff in stablecoins, very rarely do they associate that with kind of the broader ecosystem now, the broader crypto ecosystem.
Eric, thank you so much for joining us here. It was a pleasure.
Great.
Thanks, Eric.
That was Velocity co-founder Eric Quetham. We are going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. CoinDesk Live. We're at the Midnight Summit in London. Our next guest is a veteran fintech marketer who has contributed to some of the biggest payment platforms in the world. Chief Growth Officer of Wallet in Telegram, Irina Chuchkina, joins us now. Hey, Irina.
Hi, great to meet you guys, and thank you for having me.
Thanks for being here. Now, we were just talking about the Everything app, super apps, and now we have you here. Talk to me about Wallet in Telegram. Is your goal, is your future-looking mission to be the wallet for the super app?
Absolutely, and in fact, I'm not sure how much you know about Wallet in Telegram. Let me probably start there.
Start there.
So the pitch. Wallet in Telegram is a crypto wallet that is natively embedded into Telegram, which, as you probably know, is the space where crypto folks are spending most of their time. But it's not just crypto folks that we're building the app for, it's all the other up to 1 billion of monthly active users of Telegram. We currently have 150 million registered users. Not a lot of them are in the UK, so if we might be living a bit in some sort of a bubble, but in the emerging markets where Telegram is the internet, that's where we have a lot of traction and presence.
What are they doing, this 150 million users? How are they interacting in the app every day?
Look, I think if you're thinking about all of the money use cases, what people want to do, they want to save, they want to hedge against the inflation, and that's why we're talking, stable coins and tokenized gold, for instance, is just one way to preserve your money, your savings from the inflation or, any currency volatility. What they also want to do is they invest money into Bitcoin, whatever it is, like it's a multi-chain wallet that we operate, so you can invest into whatever you believe Some people are more risky, some a little bit more conservative. I love all of these features related to earn protocols and yield generating protocols. So quite a lot of them are actually putting their money aside and make additional yield on their balances. And then they also can send money to each other. So all of the payments use cases, like that's all you want to do with your money. You want to save it, you want to send it, you want to spend it, really. So within the Telegram ecosystem, you can send money via direct messages to pretty much anyone who's on Telegram. They don't need to be registered on the wallet. You can literally, I can send money to you. I mean, like it's a great use case and a very popular one.
You know, I noticed, Arena, there was a meta that happened like a year and a half ago, especially in the meme coin craze, that there were all these Telegram bots that were coming online,
Yes.
right? And so people could, you know, have a Solana bot tied to what was having on pump.fun, and any meme coin they could quickly buy and this and that. Was some of that the inspiration for building what you guys were doing, or were you guys already thinking about wallets prior, but then these use cases helped prove that people just want to like do really quick transactions, you know, simple, make a text, get a thing done?
So Wallet was actually created a little bit before that. In fact, it is a mini app inside Telegram. And I think what you're referring to is what I very much believe in, which is Telegram economy is coming. Just like WeChat has built a whole WeChat economy around it with WeChat Pay at the core of it, we are now seeing a lot of the new use cases, mini apps that are starting to pop up here and there. Sometimes it's a game, sometimes it's an e-commerce app, sometimes it's a fintech and financial services. What connects them all together is Ton blockchain, which is what we're sitting on, we're benefiting from. And I think one really cool use case there is that there is a form of digital identity called Ton Connect, which helps you to sign your transactions, to authorize and sign up to new apps and e-commerce use cases, and it all basically brings it all together.
We're talking about privacy here. How are you thinking about privacy over at Wallet and Telegram?
Look, so I think privacy should be a choice also. Like our users, when we talk to them, they're not always requesting anonymity. So in fact, I mean, like next level of the Wallet in Telegram 101 is that we actually have a dual solution. One is a custodial solution where we take responsibility over your money, but people have more access to the broader features, they can do more. But then the other option is actually the self-custodial solution, which is the ultimate blockchain-enabled interface, really. And that's whoever comes to Wallet in Telegram can choose. So those people that want complete privacy and full control, they select the self-custodial solution. Crypto wallet is for those, the custodial one is for those that actually want to have, I don't know, a broader range, but they're okay. What we see is that we don't want to force feed one of these options onto our, or force it on our users. We want to give them the optionality.
Some critics, when we talk to them, talk about the idea of there's so many people coming into moneyed systems that don't have the education of what it means to be responsible about the money you hold, right? And so I do worry about, not Telegram specifically, but whether it's WhatsApp, Telegram, Twitter, you know, we're constantly being DM'd, we're getting SMSs from people who are trying to scam us out of money. How do you believe we should allow protections in place to ensure that we can create a trusted environment where we can transact comfortably?
Look, I think, I can only speak on our own behalf, really, on behalf of my own company. There is this kind of concept in the UK called consumer duty, which I love, actually, which is something that we're trying to embed into the interface and communication, making sure that we are as transparent as possible about the risks, that we educate our users on the possible risk, on the value and the power of diversification, on what can go wrong and how to protect themselves from scams and scammers. So those are the things that I believe sustainable companies would want to do. Because ultimately, if people are, if we enable some negative experience for them, they would not trust us with money. So we would need to make sure that we create that at the core level, the fundamental level of our relations with the users.
Sam and I were speaking earlier about this social element that makes crypto a little bit more accessible. We were talking about it in the context of gaming. I think we can translate that over to this conversation as well. Is your vision for Telegram, for the wallet language to almost go away, this to become the financial layer of the app, and for folks to be social about their investments, what they're trading, and what kind of money they're holding?
I love that you're bringing this up, really. I do agree. In fact, I think what we're trying to enable is not for the crypto to become the way to pay. It's like to make it almost irrelevant. The word, whether it's crypto or any other, whatever, like, or fiat money, people want to manage their money. So if we enable that within their familiar native social environment, if we make those transactions between people in their, I don't know, family groups and chats with their friends, if we enable those things, it doesn't matter whether it's crypto or fiat. But yes, those social use cases are native and are, you know, I mean, like these are the things that we believe in. This is how many of the households and communities help each other. There is, I think, a whole bunch of, you know, the whole opportunity behind the creator economy, communities that are led, that could benefit from a bunch of payments services and features. And I actually think that there is a lot of power within, again, like the Telegram economy use cases, the games and other things. Ultimately, we're all human beings. We want to connect. And sometimes in those connections, there's room for the payments and money.
150 million users, you said, over 1 billion folks on Telegram. Yeah. What do you think it's going to take to get the rest of those Telegram users using this?
We are using sometimes this milestone. By 2028, we hope to bring up to 30% of the Telegram users onto our solutions, give them access, and we're gradually rolling out more and more markets. So there's probably about 15 or so markets that will be launching in the next 18 months or so. We're applying for licenses for the custodial solution wherever we can, wherever Telegram is number one or number two. So yeah, stay tuned. There's going to be a lot more.
Aurini, you were at Visa beforehand. I'm interested in what you've brought in from your knowledge working at Visa. Now you see this thing which is, you know, finance and payments on steroids. You know, when you think about your past and your training at a place like Visa or at Grab, what are you applying those in terms of how to grow this audience?
Well, Visa is a very special place for me, and I totally believe that payments are the core component of the global economic growth, really, and that payments should be, well, access to payments, access to money, is one of the basic human rights, really. And I think I've seen how in some markets it's taken actually really creative approach to bring that into the, you know, into the communities. So what I learned there, I'm now trying to successfully bring into my wallet and Telegram experience. I'm one of the internal sort of advocates for the payment use cases, social payments, P2P payments, e-commerce, these types of things. And what you were referencing another company that I was part of, at Grab. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Grab. Grab is Southeast Asian super app. Yeah. And that's also where I sort of grown so much fond of the super app philosophy, really, building. And what I realized there, one of the takeaways, is that at the core of any super app is the wallets. Because in order to enable all of those new verticals and new use cases, you have to have a transaction layer. You have to have actually two things. Digital identity that connects it all together, and then the second thing is the payment method. So wallet is precisely the core, hopefully the heart of all of the, you know, enabling the Telegram economy and the creativity behind, you know, the new ways to create experiences within Telegram.
Let me ask one question, which is, you must have so much interesting data. I can only imagine with 1 billion users, and you guys already have 150 million wallet users, you know more about how people are utilizing the future of money than most people. Are there any insights that you can share with us?
So we don't have access to Telegram users' data. Like, again, no one has that, and I don't believe anyone could actually
I mean more payments data.
But on the payments data, anonymized aggregated data, yes, we're looking at quite a lot of different sort of slices of them. We're looking at the geographical payments cultures, and I think this is fascinating in itself, because how people pay in Europe is not the same how they pay in, I don't know, Middle East or Southeast Asia or Latin America. And I love seeing and learning from those things. Usually the emerging markets are much more creative, but much more hungry as well. There is much more speed in terms of adopting new services and new use cases. What I love, what are the types of things that I learned so far? We've recently launched tokenized assets and stocks and ETFs, basically the ability to start investing from $1 into the US equities. And in places like here in the UK, perhaps it's not a very special thing, but if you're bringing it in the emerging markets, in places where like literally there was nothing, and you immediately give people access to potential, you know, lifetime savings and opportunities, We love seeing the feedback on that. But we also are trying to not just look at the aggregated level, we also like to ask for qualitative feedback, reading the comments, talking to our communities, asking them questions, giving, I don't know, sometimes doing deep dives in interviews, and we learn so much from that. Yeah.
Should Wallet in Telegram be successful? Should you achieve all of your goals? What happens to your old employer, Visa?
I think after everything that I've been in payments for almost 20 years now, one thing I learned is that we can only succeed if we partner. In fact, we should be partnering with Visa, we should be partnering with other really big sort of established financial institutions. We should be having a direct open dialogue with the regulator, because the regulation doesn't make sense if the industry, the actual practitioners don't adopt it. I think there has to be a dialogue between those companies, and we can only work in partnerships. There is if you think about the world, there is not a single system that will be omnipresent and ubiquitous around the world. And it's not even Visa with its resources can do everything to cover the whole world. So we need to work together.
Are you seeing appetite from players like Visa, or are they really wanting to build within their own ecosystem?
Oh, very much so. 2025, I'm saying that 2025 has been the year of stable coins, and it literally has been the wake-up call. In every discussion that I'm having with my old colleagues and my, people from the banks, everyone is starting to develop a stablecoin strategy, and crypto is a form of stablecoin, or it's the other way around. But basically, stablecoin is the entry, is the starting point, but gradually, the CFOs, oh my God, it's mind-blowing. The CFOs of the large enterprise companies are having, investing, they're investing in Bitcoin now. They're starting to formulate their strategy before they even offer it as a product or a solution to the consumers. I think there is a lot of, we'll go into an era where there is a lot of eye-opening happening every day, in wake-up calls are having in the boardrooms, in the public companies. So yes, there's definitely a lot of momentum in that space.
Irina, thank you so much for joining us and sharing that insight.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
That was Chief Growth Officer of Wallet in Telegram, Irina Chuchkina. We are going to head on over to the stage now and take a listen.
That you've heard of that. So after talking just quickly about the organization I'm representing, I was mainly meant to talk about privacy and why all of this is all that important. It's interesting, if we think about privacy, we usually have this kind of abstract word of privacy, and we just talk about it. And one easy way to kind of separate in privacy and think about the levels that we have here is that we kind of have two types of privacy we usually talk about. And I think that's oftentimes overlooked. Basically, we have this privacy that most people talk about in the sense of your credit got denied, something got leaked, something got public, where you realize, okay, this is a shit situation, I actually have a problem here. This is what we generally talk about. But a lot of the privacy that people are actually concerned when they raise things with us is not really that they have a direct consequence right now, but that they also have a feeling of surveillance or a feeling of something is icky or weird. And that is a bit what you can see with the so-called, this goes too far, basically. Okay. There's a slide in between that you should see, that you don't see. Anyways, there is the idea of a panopticon that should be here on the slide, which is a prison where there is a guide in the middle of or a guard in the middle of the prison, and can basically look at 100 little cells, and everybody in the cell feels surveilled, even though actually no one ever looks at that. And that gets to this idea of freedom and how we can define privacy in a feeling element, not just in a way of how data is actually processed. And if we talk about these things like freedom, for example, we're usually talking about a very high-level idea, and it's very hard to grasp that. But if you go a little bit deeper, as oftentimes is understandable in the sense of, for example, people do not speak as openly when they know that they're under surveillance. So, for example, there is a different situation or a different way of me talking on the stage than if, for example, if I'm with friends, because there is a different trust relationship. A wonderful example of this type of privacy is sexuality. That's something that typically we all feel is rather private, but actually there is no logical reason for that. You could theoretically have sex on the streets. There's not really a logical reason not to have have that, but it's something that culturally we decide not to do. There's other elements where privacy is kind of understandable. A typical example that we have is kind of the privacy in the voting booth. So we do know that people vote differently than they previously say. So for example, when Trump got elected the first time, there was this huge discussion about, oh my God, people didn't really say they're going to vote for him, and later the results were totally different than we previously thought from polling. And we have that in Austria with the right wing since the 90s. We know that people, even in polls that are confidential, don't say that they vote for the right wing party, but once they're in the privacy of a voting booth, then actually they make their little cross there. So there is certain things that we can measure here. But some of the stuff is also not overly logical. My favorite statistic is men take about 10 seconds longer to pee if there is another person in the room. Who knows why, but there is certain elements like that where privacy is very much cultural and very much psychological, and I think that's what I want to kind of highlight here, is we don't always talk about, oh, can this data really have a consequence in reality, but we oftentimes talk about a feeling of surveillance that interferes with our lives so that people are less free if they feel that someone is actually tracking them. Obviously, a lot of the discussion moves on to the question of power, who has power over information, and moving into an information age. Obviously, if you know what the other side has in their cards or what options they have, then you have a much higher chance of winning or losing. So a lot of this information age that moves on to having data or not having data suddenly allows you to get a deal or get a better promotion or whatnot if you have that information, or the other way around, the other side has that information. So there is a lot of these power dynamics that privacy can deal with or not deal with. One other issue, if you talk about privacy, especially on a global level, it's really interesting because a lot of that is extremely cultural. So things that some people find super private, other people do not find private at all. To give you an example, in the 20s, this was overturned later, but the US Supreme Court was for the first time asked, is there privacy in telecommunications, in phone lines? And one quote from that judgment is that the wires are not part of the house or office any more than the highways along which they are stretched. So it's quite interesting that back then they said no privacy and communication outside of your house, goodbye. So that was basically the idea. That was overturned later in the 60s. But at the time, that was the thinking in the US. If you look at, for example, Germany, they already in the 80s promoted the right to self-determination as a constitutional right. So even these thinkings are very different globally. But the problem that we're running into right now is that we have a globalized internet and a globalized system. So we do run into the problem that even though we have different cultural feelings about privacy maybe, and even within Europe actually there is a lot of different feelings between, I don't know, Scandinavia and Austria, for example, my home country. So we do have to manage this now somehow, that we have very different feelings around that. And a lot of that I personally look a little bit into, or I personally think about not just as privacy as a topic, but as a bigger topic of informational redistribution. If we move into an information age, who has that information and who actually has the power over that? We could have the situation that we have the big tech companies, so to say, for example, having all the information, using AI to kind of process all that information, and thereby have a lot of power over our economies, but also over our societies. And theoretically, the right to privacy should give you that possibility to protect a little bit, to say you can't get everything of me and you can therefore not influence me all that much. There are counter rights, for example, the right to access to your data, which the other way around gives you information downstream, so to say. So you have freedom of information, for example, versus the government, or the right to access of your own information that allows you to counterweight that information flow and say, I also want to get some information to kind of the smaller guy and get it back down. If we now talk about these right to privacy, I'm a lawyer, so I usually come from the legal side of it all. It's quite interesting because it's oftentimes discussed, are we going to keep that? Are we going to be possible to actually have that? At least for the European Union, there is not really any way around it, because we do have these rights in the Charter of Fundamental Rights, which is kind of our European Bill of Rights, so it's part of the Constitution. And unless all the member states jointly agree that we're going to abolish it, this right to privacy is going to be here to stay. There may be times where there is kind of more interest in the public and less interest, but the general principle is not going to go away anytime soon. What is interesting is when the European Union had to decide about how to regulate all of that, we did get the GDPR that I think by now everybody is more than well aware of, and it actually had a huge backing at the time. So this was the election results actually, or the voting results for the GDPR in the European Parliament. Basically everybody was for it. Later, this was massively talked down, especially by a lot of industry lobbyists, by a lot of the cookie banners that everybody started to hate. So it was interesting that there is a dynamic that changed a lot in this right to privacy. Now, this is the law as we have it. It may change. We right now see that there is attacks on it. But what we mainly deal with is actually the enforcement question. It's wonderful in Europe that we have all these rights and that we have all of them on paper, but the reality is our phones are not much less surveilled as an American phone, for example. So what's the impact of all of that? And the impact is largely an enforcement issue. And before I talk further, it's obvious that there's never 100% enforcement. Law students, the first time they're in law school, they're like, oh my God, no one follows the law in reality. That's normal. No one follows the law 100%. But the question is how far the distance is between kind of what we have in the law and what companies, for example, do in practice. And in privacy, that's mind-blowing. Like, there is hardly any area of the law where the discrepancy between what theoretically should happen and what actually happens is that big. We recently asked a couple of data protection officers, I think it was 500, to actually tell us if they think that there is loads of non-compliance. And the question we asked was, if a data protection authority would walk into the door of an average company tomorrow, would they surely find relevant GDPR violations? So we already said average relevant violations, not tiny stuff and so on. And more than 70%, as you can see on this chart, basically said yes, you'll walk in and you'll find something right away. And a big reason is that privacy regulators, as we had them for a long while, looked like this. This was the Irish Data Protection Authority that used to regulate Google, Meta, Facebook, all the LinkedIn and Microsoft and so on. And this is all the supermarket, and on the very back end, that's kind of the entrance. There used to be 20 people or so. And that is how in Europe we then, in reality, try to enforce anything against any of these big companies. Now, after we put this picture throughout the international media, they got a bigger office and more staff and all of that. But for a long while, that was kind of the type of enforcement we had. Very analog, very traditional. And typically, these big companies just have more lawyers than the enforcement team of any of these regulators. And that's not just an Irish problem. We have the same issue, for example, in Luxembourg and so on. And it's not just a privacy problem. It's a much larger ignore the law problem. They also don't pay taxes. They also don't pay their employees fully, etc. So there is a bigger attack on the rule of law, so to say, and a larger ignorance on that. So as an NGO, we're even smaller than these regulators. We try to find ways of being able to enforce anything and also not having any investigative powers. And one of the things we thought about, for example, was how we enforce speeding tickets, in Austria at least. We have these speeding cameras, and that's a fully automated system that just checks your license plates, finds out who is the owner of the car, sends the ticket there, and you get a code to pay your fine, and that's it. Like, no one ever touches that. In most of the privacy litigation, it still looks like that. Like, most of the lawyers are doing digital enforcement in paper. So the most digital that we usually have is Word. And that is kind of how a lot of these problems work in practice. We did manage to enforce some of these things digitally as well. And I think that is something that a lot of the regulators could take on to actually get stuff going and scale up. We, for example, coded a lot of the kind of enforcement for cookie banners. So we have a whole pipeline where we can actually find websites that violate stuff, find exactly the violations, put kind of the stuff together to make it a complaint, and then actually are able to fully enforce that as well, and also settle with the companies digitally. So we managed, for example, to get more than 40% of these violations just done by the computer and regulated with the companies without ever going to the actual authority. And that's quite interesting because there is a lot of these technical possibilities to actually enforce the GDPR or the law that we have in the digital space. And the regulators have no clue how to do that. So there's a lot of opportunity right now to actually move forward on that and enable some enforcement of these kind of mass violations that without technology you can't really do. Now, theoretically, you have these regulators. The reality is, I don't have it here in the slides, but on average, on one complaint or on complaints in Europe, you get 1.3% of the complaints that ever see a fine. So in reality, the regulators look the other way, don't do much, try to find a way not to enforce it. One option that you do have other than the regulators is that you go to the courts. So you theoretically are able to enforce your privacy rights. Most of the jurisdictions, that basically means you burn money. So to give you an idea, I had these data transfer cases that were at the Court of Justice where we won against Facebook. But the second case cost about 10 million euros in legal fees. And I was personally liable on that because the Irish regulator sued me and I was the defendant in this case. So you can imagine that having 10 million potential legal fees if you lose a case is not really overly appealing for people. In a similar situation, I also asked for damages and I got 400 euros in damages. So it's 25,000-fold the cost versus the benefit for litigation like that economically. And that basically means no one ever brings a privacy case in a normal court. What, however, does come up now, and that could be a game changer on a lot of that, is that Europe now allows kind of class actions. They now call it collective redress. And that could change a lot of the game, because suddenly you can group 1 million people together, and then the 10 million euro legal fees is just 10 euros per person, and then suddenly all of that makes much more sense. And that could actually change a lot of the legal dynamics around privacy and around how we do that in the European Union. What are the current cases that we're looking into? Right now, I think what comes up on our desk a lot is the question about global data transfers. This is a geography map, a democracy map of the whole world. And we now see more and more of these data transfers, for example, not just going to the US, but China, for example, where it's going to be really hard to make sure that any of your data is really protected from the government. That's a lot of the stuff we're looking into right now. There is more and more political targeting. A lot of the data that we want to protect for privacy reasons are later used, for example, to influence democratic processes and decision-making. Goes all the way down to the European Commission, even targeting some of its political messages towards political views of people, or even kind of the people that are meant to protect it use some of these tools. A big issue we see in Europe right now is this whole shift towards pay or okay. It also happens in the UK now, where instead of having this real option to say yes or no, you're now told to pay for not using your data. And that's quite interesting, because usually the profits that are made from advertisement is a couple of cents, but they charge you oftentimes a couple of €100 per year to actually keep your data, so it's massive overcharging. And it's kind of like, if you can't really afford it, you kind of lose your right to privacy. On this one, it's also quite interesting because a lot of this decision-making is not evidence-based. We do have regulators that say if the consent is kind of freely given, which is the green on the left, then that's okay. If you use dark patterns, then that's not okay. That's kind of the orange in the middle, but you only get a consent rate about 50 or 70% with dark patterns, depending on what you do. Pay or okay, however, gets you 99%. So it's interesting that any regulator should usually say, okay, if this is the most extreme option, then that's obviously outlawed. However, the regulators are right now in the thing of, oh, it's journalism, so we have to protect that somehow, so we just look the other way if there is a violation like that. We usually call this last one like the North Korean consent rate, because we all know that basically 3% of people actually want it, 99% of people do it, but no one really does anything about it. There's more and more of these cases on, which is going to be really interesting on AI, obviously. There's a lot of the kind of basic privacy rights, like right to access and so on, that these companies are absolutely ignoring. Even if you just do a very simple request, basically that's ignored. And it's oftentimes argued that AI is not meant to work under the GDPR. So the GDPR is old and principles are coming from the 80s, and AI is also new. If you actually dig into it a bit more, it's interesting that when they drafted a lot of these GDPR principles, that were actually meant to cover the big algorithm that is going to come in the future that sucks up all the data, is going to make weird decisions, and we need some right to, for example, defend against that. Now where that actually became a reality, suddenly the argument is, now we need to change the law. So it's quite interesting that a lot of this law that we have there is actually preemptive and was foreseeing the future, and now where the future is coming closer, a lot of the narrative goes around to say now we have to get rid of the law. I sometimes joke about that as like if we have a speeding limit while we still had horse-drawn carriages, and now where the Porsche comes around, everybody's like, let's get rid of the speeding limit. That's a bit what we're doing here in this discussion. But a lot of that has rather serious consequences. So we get more and more complaints where people are, for example, accused of sexual molesting kids with their real name and kind of identifiable to that person. It's obviously some hallucination of the system, but it can be repeated. It comes up as the first answer for people, and then the question is, can you delete it? Can you get rid of it? Can you get that rectified somehow? And right now, most of these companies just say, nah, we can't do anything about it. That's just how the system works. And that is obviously not really acceptable. Another one that was quite interesting is this whole Meta is just sucking up all the data out of social networks. That came up a year ago, and now basically everybody followed suit. Again, something where the regulator just looked the other way, and then everybody just followed and said, okay, then LinkedIn, we can take the data as well, and we can take it from Android phones and whatnot. So it's quite interesting how a lot of these barriers we used to have in the law are kind of falling bit by bit. Now, if that's a bit the situation we have right now, I would just talk about the future for 1 second at the end. What are we going to see probably the next couple of years, or at least the next couple of months even? Obviously, we now have this huge argument about kind of the economics of data and how much we have European tech startups or not, and how much we have to change because we do have regulation, and that may be the big reason why we don't have the Googles be in Europe. My personal view is that's not really because of regulation. I've hardly seen a specific product that didn't work with the GDPR, because actually the GDPR is quite permissive in a lot of normal data processing. There may be much more reasons about investment and financials and so on, and not having a big market. But what we see is that in politics, we now have kind of this hysteria of like, oh my God, we need to do something to allow more technology. And there would be two ways. One way would be to kind of go into more of an evidence-based approach and say, okay, what is really elements that we need to cut back, that we can simplify, and so on. Or the other way is just to take a lawnmower and just go over any law you find. And unfortunately, it looks like the European Commission is kind of going the second way. A big argument on all of that right now is usually the Draghi report. So a former Goldman Sachs banker and later central banker wrote a wonderful report where the GDPR is, for example, mentioned 2-3 times with 2-3 footnotes, not really what you would call evidence. But that is now used as an argument why we need to cut back on all of that. So it's a lot of these principles we used to have for the last 20 or 30 years are going to be pushed on hard the next couple of years. A lot of that is then used by the lobbyists to kind of really take these reports and say, oh, obviously we now have to move because Draghi said it. We'll see on Wednesday, so in 2 days, that the European Commission pushes out a new kind of amendment to the GDPR or changes to the GDPR. And the version that was leaked before shows kind of the thinking. And basically the thinking here is a bit like we want to have AI and we just cut through anything to get to AI, and basically what's cut through is, to a large extent, the GDPR. So we're basically gonna see a law potentially that just abolishes principles we had for 30 years to just say this may get us to the wonderful world of AI. Interestingly, it doesn't really manage that, so you can't even use AI with these new laws, but there are people in charge that oftentimes don't really know how the structure works and how these laws work, that just change a lot of these laws within really weeks, not even longer processes that we have. It's going to be interesting how the European Parliament is going to react to that, how the political landscape reacts, but we now see the...
That's your camera, it's going to be looking at you anyway.
Hello and welcome back to CoinDesk Live. We are coming to you from the Midnight Summit in London. Our next guest is the Chief Technology Officer at Shielded Technologies, Bob Blessing-Hartley. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well.
I'm doing awesome.
Shielded Technologies is building the technological capabilities of the Midnight Network. We've been talking a lot about what those are here in this stream, but just give us a quick introduction to Shielded Technologies and the roadmap ahead, and then I think we're going to get into a fun conversation about the scavenger mine that's happening.
All right. Sure. So Shielded Technologies is a relatively new company. We spun out of I.O., Input Output Global. As did the Midnight Foundation. So I joined a year and a half ago in the Midnight tribe of Input Output, and then this summer, as we were getting ready to launch the chain, we separated those two entities. So we have been focusing on building the core capabilities, the dual state ledger, working on the tokenomics, working on the compact programming language. So we created a novel domain-specific language for the Midnight Network that's TypeScript adjacent, so we can have a broad audience of people who can actually read the language. Those are the things that we've been working pretty heavily on. Now we're shifting over to how do we actually get the thing up and running in the public. We're have a new test net rolling out imminently that has the basic core functionality. Up to this point we had only the shielded functionality, the private stuff, without the tokenomics, but now we're rolling out the full tokenomics with the unshielded, which means public state, and shielded private state ledger.
We were talking a little bit before, you guys do this big airdrop, and a ton of people claim it. Then you open the scavenger mine, which is the idea that you can sort of mine your own, use your own compute to mine more tokens, in essence. And you gave us a crazy stat before about how much compute has been generated in the like 12 days since it's been open. So why don't you just tell us that?
Yeah, so 12.6 days, that's the last time I did. So first of all, let me say the response has been so huge that these database queries take a long time. And I have to replicate them out so that I don't cause bad stuff to the system. So Friday I did it, 12.6 days into the program. And 12.6 days into the program, we had as much compute power as the first 2.5 years of Bitcoin. There's not a direct mapping of hash to hash because we're using different algorithms, but the estimations that we come up with is close to a billion gigahashes. I mean, it's like, it's a crazy amount of compute power, and it's still going up. I mean,
we have a few more days on that.
We have a few more days. Yeah. It ends this week, and we'll be doing a really, really deep dive into what worked really well, and we're also looking at how we can use this technology in the future for other launches as well as for other types of applications, because it's been hugely participated in.
Tell us a little bit more about what that means. What does it enable when you're able to empower a network to generate so much computational power?
Yeah, so for Midnight, it was relatively constrained. We wanted to have a broad as possible ecosystem, and so this was a way in which a simple browser user could have a single-threaded WASM container earning Night with very little impact to their actual browser or their system. So it's really broadening the ecosystem of who can participate. But in the future, we can use that technology to do all sorts of really fascinating distributed computing technology, sort of harkening back to the SETI at home days of the 1990s and early 2000s, where you could contribute to the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. The Human Genome Project was another one that was very similar in that way, but you can look at this as a way in which you could have an incentivized compute grid, so that, hey, my computer's on anyway, let me earn a little something while I'm solving a particularly gnarly problem, or while I'm contributing to a massive distributed render farm for AI-generated videos or whatever. I mean, the possibilities are rather endless.
I mean, you were at IBM for 18 years, you put your time in. This stuff probably doesn't seem that new to you, other than you also at IBM had started getting involved in the blockchain side. Yeah. And so, when we look at these distributed networks, the power of community like we're seeing at this event, I can imagine it as the tech side of you starts to think, what could I do if I can leverage this network of now millions of people who are committed to spending time with me, computational power, their thought muscle, like all the opportunity here. How does that make your mind go?
A million miles an hour, quite honestly. Yeah. And the scavenger mine is just one small component of this whole ecosystem. Tomorrow, I'll put a pitch out there. I'm giving the day 2 keynote, and I have a chart. I will have charts, unlike Charles. I mean, he had one chart, right? I will have a chart that is an eye chart, and it's literally, what couldn't I build before midnight? And that has, what works with Midnight that didn't before, and the list is enormous.
Can you give us a couple of those?
So, true decentralized identity is a foundational thing that has been very difficult. Private exchanges, regulatory compliant private exchanges couldn't happen there. course, you put me on the spot. It's like
We've talked a little bit about decentralized identity already here on the stream. And over the years, I think the term decentralized identity has taken a bunch of different meanings. So let's just start here. When we talk about decentralized identity, what does that practically mean?
Well, to me, it means that I have my own identity that is out there in the public, and I can control, who contributes to that, whether it's a government, attesting to, yes, Bob is an American citizen, Bob has a driver's license, that sort of thing, or an educational institution. I'm allowing them in, but then I can also control who is able to validate that, who is able to see that. And Midnight, with that selective disclosure capability, really is what enables that sort of interaction in a way that wasn't possible before.
You know what's interesting to me is just a couple of days ago, I think I was preparing for my trip here, there was all these articles about how now Apple and Google are allowing for a digital version of your passport.
Yep.
And you can go in, you can scan your passport, and then some states are allowing it to be used as identity. And of course, my first thought was, how are they going to abuse this? And not just Google and Apple, but then also the states, when they now have this data. And that's where I started to say, well, if I have something in this more of a ZK style where I can just say, yes, you are the American citizen you claim to be, then maybe that's all enough, but I don't think Apple's building that.
Well, and let's pretend we live in a world where Apple is beneficent and isn't going to do that. You also have the are they securing it properly?
Mm-hmm.
So data breaches, internal access, inappropriate access. I want to find out what Sam has. I'm going to go in and I'm an administrator. I can see that. So there's lots of technologies there that can help protect that. Midnight is one of them. Trusted execution environments are another aspect of the whole ecosystem that come into play there. But ultimately, owning and easily being a steward of your own identity, easily, I want to really underscore that. So that you don't even know Midnight's there, you don't know there's a trusted execution environment, you don't know any of that, but you have the assurance that you own your data and choose who you share it with, and revoke it when you want to.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you've worked in the technology space for a long time. You said you joined the Midnight ecosystem just a few years ago. What made you want to work on this foundational privacy problem?
So while I was at IBM, I was the IBM Systems CTO for blockchain. We launched the IBM blockchain platform, a permissioned blockchain, based on Hyperledger Fabric, which is pretty cool, but it is a walled garden. We ran that in a trusted execution environment, the world's largest trusted execution environment. Really cool stuff. We had a way in which we could say at IBM, our cloud administrators can't see the data that's running on this network.
Mm-hmm.
Fast forward now, 10 years later, we can say that at Midnight with a public network. Mm-hmm. That's what excited me, was the ability to say, this is all coming together now. I mean, there was the battle in the 2016 to 2020, public-private, all that kind of stuff. This is them all coming together. Charles hinted at it in his speech earlier today. He talked about Midnight as the layer 2 for everybody, a privacy layer for everybody, and that's what has me excited about it.
Bob, I'm interested, you seem like someone who's not afraid to pop open the computer and get your hands dirty. You have a hackathon going on here around Midnight. What are the types of things you expect to see coming out of that hackathon?
I haven't dug into it. What I'm expecting to see come out of it are absolutely crazy innovations, because once again, we have technology that's coming out there that hasn't been there before. So I am looking forward to see, I'm going to go down there today and after we're done here and do some poking around. That's what I expect to see, is show me something I haven't seen. And it's not just on the privacy level. There are economic things that can be done with Midnight, with its dual token, the night-dust relationship, that really turn the economics of blockchain on its head a little bit too. So, and tomorrow we'll have a partner up who's doing one of those things, but I expect all sorts of things like that to come out too. That just, it's a great time.
Bob, thanks so much for joining us here on the stream. Have fun at the hackathon. We know you're going there right now. It was a pleasure having this discussion with you.
Likewise, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
That was Shielded Technologies CTO Bob Blessing-Hartley. We are going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
If you're a builder, now is the time to come to build on Midnight.
Midnight is here.
Now is the time to jump in and start learning with everyone else.
Super excited about ZK. ZK, for those who have not been following, gets 10 times faster every year. So it's never been a better time to get involved.
Developers have so many different opportunities to get started building on Midnight right now. We are always running hackathons virtually. We have them in person.
We have our academy to teach you how to interact with the system and how to build your first smart contracts.
We have the forum, a Discord. We have an ambassador program coming soon. We're questing, so we're gamifying learning. You name it, we have it. You want it, we'll build it.
You're looking to get into developing on these kind of newer technologies, make sure you're very patient, make sure you build really good mental models of how things are working under the hood, because things are going to happen that challenge your assumptions, and you're going to have to be very flexible and thoughtful about investigating those issues.
The big thing I want to highlight is to leave as much feedback as possible.
We have a lot of potential to create innovative solutions that allow for use cases that have never been done before.
Midnight's here for everybody. It's not built for a specific use case per se, but Midnight does have that secret sauce.
It's the beginning, right? We're not even at mainnet yet. Those who are here now, they're the OGs. Our community is reshaping what Midnight will become together.
Come get involved. Everything's out in the open, so it's up to you. Come on in.
There's still a lot to build. There's still a lot of 10x improvements. You want to help as either a DApp developer or as somebody who wants to contribute to the core technology. So you're more welcome to message me on Twitter. Happy to bring you in and get you to also contribute to this wonderful future we're building together.
Welcome back to CoinDesk Live. We are at the Midnight Summit in London. Our next guest was on stage earlier. Midnight President Fahmi Syed joins us to close out the show. Fahmi, how's your day been?
It's been phenomenal.
Yep.
I am so humbled, so pleased with the turnout at the summit. We couldn't hope for more, so it's been amazing.
And to do it in your hometown. I mean, how cool is this?
Oh, it's nice. I travel the globe, going to different cities, and it's lovely. But for people to come to London, it's been great. Yeah.
In your discussion this morning, you talked about the 3 pillars of Midnight: digital identity, cooperative economy, and privacy? What was the rational privacy? Rational privacy.
Yes.
Tie the themes together for us and incorporate the vision that you're working towards.
Yeah, absolutely. So when we demonstrated it in the audience today when I spoke, when we think about where we start life, our physical state and digital state, you start shielded, private, and you selectively share information. And that information creates a level of trust, a bond, authenticity, maybe gateways to future transactions. And yet everything in Bitcoin and every other blockchain since is about full transparency. So truth and transparency have been tied together, and we're saying, no, actually, there's a world where proofs, zero knowledge proofs, can present a verifiable truth. And from that, you can, through our smart contracts, open up disclosures, gateway into different transactions, healthcare, finance, AI, and all of those things. But for that to work, we also have to be open to business, open to working with others. Too many blockchains are tribalist. Tokenomics is designed to be about ownership. And technology is not about ownership, it's about consumption. So the Midnight model allows consumption, whether by any other chain, to come and use our programmable privacy solutions and extend them into that chain. So that's very important for us.
Fahmi, I know you had a life before this, which was in more traditional finance.
Yes.
Are there tools that you wish you had back in those days at hedge funds or whatever it may be that would have been really useful to have with what you're building here?
Yeah, absolutely. And the tools work both ways. So I'll give you an example. In my hedge fund days, the portfolios that we managed were sacrosanct. They were our secret sauce, the avenue to generating value for our investors. And often, we'd want leverage. But leverage comes by disclosing that portfolio to counterparts who'll be willing to, the more they see, the more they're willing to leverage, because they can model that portfolio. But often we wouldn't want them to see all of it.
Right.
And we give them to them with a 30-day lag, a 60-day lag. And counterparties got used to that. But why should they? To achieve leverage, why can't I prove the portfolio construction I have? The market neutrality or direction, the volatility, the largest exposure. And that mathematical proof through zero knowledge can open up doors to more leverage, better pricing, better returns, both for the counterpart, but also the investors.
And you talked about two-way.
Yes.
Right, so what's the other side going in?
Well, the banks, think about the banks and how they extend leverage. Banks are more willing to extend leverage if they have more confidence about your composition of your portfolio. If you only show them certain parts, then your leverage will be restricted. And what the banks don't see is what's happening in the other part of the portfolio. So by providing proof of the totality without disclosing secrets in that totality, gives a bank's comfort around protecting their risk and their clients' risk. So there are two ways to that truth. Truth is not a single dimensional, it's multi-dimensional.
We've talked about the evolution of TradFi coming closer to what we're building in crypto. Can you tell us about some of the conversations that you've been having with institutions when it comes to building this privacy layer and the interest you've maybe heard from these institutions?
Yeah, often in blockchain, privacy is taken as a negative, and yet the financial world is built entirely on safety, security, and privacy, and those disclosure elements. So conversations we're having around how do you bring dark pool trading from traditional finance into blockchains? Well, to do that, you need verifiable identity. So proof, accreditations, that can gate your way into different liquidity pools, different transactions. So these are the type of conversations we're having with lots of developers and institutions around how they bring those facets of traditional finance into decentralized finance, into DeFi.
Dark pools are something that traditional financial institutions know a lot about, but the crypto markets don't really know anything about, and it's something that crypto can learn, I would say, from TradFi.
Yeah.
Sam and I have had this conversation before, what can crypto learn from TradFi? Not all of TradFi is broken.
Yes.
What are some instances where you think crypto can learn from your old world?
Yeah, so take dark pool trading, or take just trading in general. Equities, the world I used to live in, are often issued on exchanges. But they don't settle on the exchange. They don't trade on the exchange. Trading venues have moved into dark pools, lit pools, banking venues, aggregators, market makers, and beyond. So blockchains typically, or DeFi, is all about trying to do everything in a single layer. It doesn't have to be that way. Midnight could be a privacy vault, an identity vault that supports all other blockchains. And then other blockchains think about the speed. So transactional layers can move to different blockchains. So we'd like to encourage the industry as a whole to think about technology stacks and cooperation where their technology and their USP is supported by some of Midnight's programmable privacy.
Last week we were with Chainlink, and Jen and I were talking with DTCC, and the thing that struck me about that, they're doing settlement and clearing for, I think it's $7 trillion in assets.
Yes.
Right? Double that of the current crypto market today. And they were sort of saying, the tech isn't there for what we would need to do to be in crypto, but we're starting to look.
Yes.
And that I thought was a really interesting signal to Jen's point that there's a cross-learning that's going to happen. If the more that TradFi comes into crypto, they're going to want things to be the way that they're comfortable being it. And it sounds like what Midnight is building allows that in certain ways, where right now any transaction I do on Bitcoin, if someone knows my wallet, they can see every single thing.
Yes.
No traditional financial institution wants that.
No,
right?
Nobody wants that. Nobody wants the medical or healthcare records on-chain for anybody to see. Nobody wants to buy a gift for a loved one and for them to figure out what you did and when you did it. There's no more surprises left. So yes, we absolutely believe that some of the technology that we're exposing within Midnight, that's a strange word to use when we talk about privacy, but yeah, the technology that we expose through the private-public ledger state that we have, the smart contract technology that allows disclosure of proofs and gateways, could be appealing to mainstream technologies and mainstream financial services. Not just finance, it's healthcare, it's AI, it's GovTech, it's many sort of sectors could apply. So what we would encourage them to is talk. We're here to talk, we're here to listen, we're here to educate. And I think the time is right for these institutions to come and look at what we're doing. But as those institutions look at it, there's a choice about private gated networks or the kind of networks that we're creating at Midnight, which is permissionless, which allows anybody to come and build solutions. So it allows both institutional audiences to come and existing sort of partners and entrants, and also but new entrepreneurial ideas to come through as well.
We were just talking to Bob from Shielded Technologies about the hackathon happening here. A lot of talented developers coming and competing. What do you hope they build? What are some of the applications that you think would be really killer in the Midnight Network?
Great question. So first of all, we're delighted to have so many of our communities, so many of our developers here in London working together, or sort of looking at different ideas and solutions. We talk about finance, we talk about healthcare. I want to highlight one individual that I met in Singapore at Token 2049. 20-year-old gentleman from India. He's been funded by one of the largest states in India to build a solution. He's built that solution on Midnight, where he's using Midnight's proof and disclosure to share forensics information between the Indian police in that state. That's phenomenal. I see your reaction.
Yeah.
Everybody talks about finance and finance this and finance that, but Midnight's technology goes beyond that, because everything we do, every facet of what we do, both our physical world and our digital world, has an element of privacy, has an element of disclosure. To see it used in those use cases, for me, blew my mind, and I just wanted to learn more about him and what he was doing. So we want to see more of that, and we'll hopefully see more of that through some of the developers here and some of the ideas that come through the hackathon.
Do you think, and I'm jumping into the future, but you're already sort of partnering with 8 different chains, as you mentioned before. Anyone should be able to build and put the privacy layer on top of it. Is there a world where Midnight could be a privacy layer for any technology?
That is ideal for us. We want to be the ZK engine for the world. The ZK
Even if it's
layer,
built on a Web 2 database, hypothetically,
matter.
right?
Yeah, it could be any kind of database, and who knows what the future. We're talking about Web 2 and Web 3. Who knows what Web 4 comes and does with quantum computing and beyond. We think of ourselves being an authentication layer, a privacy layer for everyone and anyone. You can build natively, but again, our economics allows for it to be consumed by other chains. So if you think about Hyperliquid, one of the most successful stories in the last 12, 18 months, they actually have 2 layers, an order book layer and a settlement layer. Well, that settlement layer is public. Why can't that be a private vault within Midnight with accreditation or without accreditation? So you can have both a permissionless private solution and an accredited, permissioned private solution supporting, but that could exist on any other chain. And if other chains are building, whether it's science, we hear about DeSci as well as DeFi, and all these different solutions, Midnight is very happy, very open to listen to those partners and welcome them in.
We've talked about so many different privacy angles today. We've talked about regulation. We've talked about financial institutions. We've talked about why it's important for individuals to have more privacy and ownership of their data. When you think about the challenges that you still face to achieving the future that Midnight wants to bring, what's that one that you still need to figure out? Or that we need to figure out? It's not on you, it's as an industry.
So earlier today, we had the former director of MI5, the intelligence service in the UK, talking. And he spoke very eloquently about the importance of actually having privacy and not having too much oversight from nation states. But one of the things he mentioned was, we're not very good at PR. Amongst ourselves we are, but even amongst ourselves, we can be too tribalist and not work together. I remember in my hedge fund days, when financial regulations came and started looking at us as bad actors, we got together. We started working together, going to the regulators, having those discussions. We need to do more of that. We need to also make the language simpler. There's too much jargon. There's no DeFi or TradFi, there's just finance. Finance works on different rails, fixed income, equity, FX, blockchain is just another rail.
I mean, it's bringing me to an interestingly slightly dark place, which I'm very comfortable going. But no, I think about, we have this big problem happening obviously in the US where all these ICE agents are going around, but they're wearing masks, they're in military, they're not supposed to cover their identity, but they are very worried about the fact of, well, I still have to go home to my local community, and if people see that I'm carrying out my orders, that can be a challenge. I mean, it's even the idea that someone could verify that I am the person I say, right, in any situation, whether it's in military, law enforcement, intelligence, or your, cable guy coming to change your cable or fix your television set. We put a lot of trust in things that don't have a lot of trust in them. And I think we should be demanding more from these privacy layers that are really meant to give us comfort in the end, right? I mean, I'm leaving the ICE discussion aside. I think the idea to say, in a world where scams are on the increase, we're all getting text messages every day from people we don't know saying, thanks for recommending that book, and now we have to decide if I'm even going to respond. There's a problem that we face, which is we don't trust the people even we know anymore. Fahmi could send me an email, and if it's not from the email I'm used to seeing, I have to then decide whether I'm going to respond. And it feels like simple tools that allow us to say, through a Midnight portal or whatever, check this actually is, because we verified in the back end. It really feels like that's the next iteration of what we all need.
Yeah, absolutely. Trust is great emotion, great platform to build upon. But trust and truth are two slightly different things. And you talk about the examples you've given, but if you look at your hand, if you both look at your hands, you have 10 fingerprints, 10 sets of fingerprints. Your digital fingerprints extends to more than that. Why? Because every time you interact with some portal, you are handing over information to them. Your name, your address, credit card details, date of birth, so much information. Not just in one place, but hundreds of places, thousands of places. And you need just one of them to be leaked, one of them to be attacked. So only the weakest place is your vulnerability. Why should you not own that? Why should that not be a proof that you own? So, but it also helps businesses because then they go from being data controllers to being processors. Because they're only processing information and only the information or the proof they require. That unlocks huge value for them, but also protects us. And that's, I think, what you're implying through that level of trust. We're not saying that trust doesn't have to sit as data across so many different entities.
Fahmi, just from coming from the hedge fund world, now you spent your deep dive in crypto. I think this is your first real crypto.
Actually no. I was at Polkadot. So actually, I went from one Ethereum alumni to another.
You're at Parity.
That's right. I was at Parity working with Dr. Gavin Wood and the great team there at Polkadot.
I guess my question is, would you ever go back? After this is the Matrix, right?
Yes, would I go back? The reason I came into this space when I was originally headhunted, I said, no, I don't do crypto. It's not real. But then I actually looked at the technology and what Gavin and other people were doing, what Ethereum meant, what Bitcoin meant. And what you realize is actually this could change how businesses work, but also the change fabric of society. We've gone to a world where everything was very private. I wrote letters. People probably don't remember writing letters on paper. And that was between myself and the person I sent it to. Now you write an email, and who knows how many people see it or intercept it. So it's time we came back, and we had some ownership around those things. So, and I chose it because of the relevance to my children, to the future. I want to build something that's interesting. I've always been in businesses that are constantly building and evolving and challenging. And this technology, this platform, this industry feels like the right place to be.
Fahmi, thanks so much for joining us, and thanks for having us at the event.
Appreciate it. Thank you for joining us. Take care.
That was Midnight President Fahmi Syed. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Your personal information is the most valuable asset in the digital economy. Bought, sold, and traded every second, often without you knowing. Apps and devices opt you in by default, quietly extracting more than you realize. In one public experiment, buses equipped with sensors collected data from mobile devices at close range, legally and with ease. If it's that simple for a passing vehicle, imagine how easy it is for the companies you interact with every day. Privacy shouldn't be optional. At Midnight, we're empowering dApps to protect users' data by default. With selective disclosure, you decide exactly what to share and what to keep private. The freedom to interact without being exposed, that's rational privacy.
Welcome back to CoinDesk Live. We are at the Midnight Summit, and the programming has come to an end. I'm Jen Sanasi. This is Sam Ewan, and we're going to do a little bit of a recap for you. Sam, I got to ask you this.
Well, hold on. Just before, for our audience, this is not where you should turn off. Because
No way.
we are going to a very important panel after this.
Probably the most important panel. We'll tell you about it.
We'll tell you about it in a minute, but stay tuned. Go on.
I said maybe Coinbase becomes the super app. which honestly is probably a wrong prediction. We talked to Arena from Wallet in Telegram. I'm giving you a chance now to make your prediction again. Think about the who do you think could be the super app for this industry? For all of us.
For all of us.
For all of us.
All right, so as I said before, I think one of the things that I focus a lot on is so many of these apps are gateways for people to connect, to communicate.
Yep.
And we all know that AI is also coming with its own desire to be the communication layer, right? I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago, Elon released Mika, which is the controversial companion that you can hang out with in the Grok ecosystem. But really, like, chat is what makes us feel connected to others. And so when I think about that, my mind gravitates more towards the WhatsApps and Telegrams than it does the Coinbases or even Facebooks, for that matter. But I also think that we are a different type in the US. Choice is so much a part of what we do, right? So I think about where I live in Brooklyn, that I can go to 4 different grocery stores, from a real small little bodega to a giant one, all within a few blocks, and I get to decide how do I feel that day. Do I want to support local business? Do I want to support big business? When we look at something like China, which really is where the super app started, that a lot of what was tied to things like WeChat were that you also had all of your social credit interactions based in the app itself. The government was literally saying, go in this app more and follow along with the tenets of the government. I don't think we have seen a super app really succeed outside of Asia, specifically outside of China, in any significant way.
And I got to say, I'll let you finish your thought, but I think privacy has a lot to do with it.
Privacy absolutely has a lot to do with it. There's a book that I read a number of years ago. It was very influential for me, called You Have Been Harmonized. And it was really about how much the Chinese governmental state utilizes loyalty and allegiance as the way to rise your status in society. But that they measure it so specifically at every possible point. How often are you waking up early enough to be able to do your reading from the chairman before you go to work? Then you go to work and there's a leaderboard that says this person is a more model citizen than you, so you want to climb up the leaderboard. And then it's tied to your exercise and who you marry and all of that stuff. And I just think the Western world of the US, of Europe, we don't want to play that game a little bit. And maybe that's because we are not as committed to that game also as it being tied to our success and survival. I think there are a lot of factors in political parties these days that would like it to get there.
Yeah.
We're just not there yet. And so I do think the super app, with the way Elon talks about it, the way Arena was talking about with Telegram, may be something that is harder to achieve in first world countries, even though I think China is so close to being one of the dominant, if not the dominant economy in the world soon. So there's something to learn from it too.
Yeah, I also wonder how it evolves as that convenience element gets introduced, right? We talked a lot about the trade-off of convenience and privacy, and we talk about WeChat in China, and what I witnessed when I was in China was when you have WeChat, everything is easy. You walk into the restaurant, your meal is already paid for, you pick it up, and you leave. You walk into a retail location, it recognizes who you are, it says, here are the things that are gonna look great on you, here's where they are in the store, you don't even need to go to a cashier, you take your items and you walk out of the store. And so I completely agree with you. I just am curious at how willing people might be able to trade that privacy if there is a lack of education and conversations like we're having today that will enable a super app-like app in the Western world.
I think about, even on our trip here, both customs and getting on my flight. Both of those had facial recognition that allowed me to get on through customs quicker, get on my flight quicker. And I am comfortable with that up to a point. I still am not comfortable with what is Delta also doing with my facial data.
Right, and do you know what Clear is doing with your data?
I have no idea.
We don't know what Clear is doing, we don't know what the government's doing, we don't know what Delta is doing.
No, the reality is I've worked with a lot of folks in the supply chain business, and in supply chain, if you have a robust data set that is valuable to someone else, you can often monetize that at multiples of what it costs you to get that data set. So if it costs you $1, but I can value it at $5, which is someone will pay me, and that's what they're going to value my company at. Suddenly you start saying, how many more data sets can I get?
Yeah.
Right? So again, stupid example, but if you look at Delta, Delta not only knows now my face,
Yep.
Delta knows how early I arrived to the airport because I use the lounge. Delta knows my food choices because I make that selection. Delta probably knows how often I'm on Wi-Fi, what am I doing on that Wi-Fi. They have so much data that if they, and I've not read the terms of service, that there is a lot that they could then sell to a marketer or another app, the government, that allows them to profile me more. And that's why we're here today at midnight. Like that is to me the real thing that we need to focus on.
It's not only about the data that each of these apps have, it's about the assumptions that they make with that data, right? With all that information you've just told me, assumptions about your income can be made, assumptions about how you live your life can be made. And so I agree with you. It'll be interesting to see how decisions are made as we move forward and start to opt in or out of these systems. All right, like we said, there's a very special stage happening here to wrap up day one of the Midnight Summit. We are going to say goodbye to you. I'm Jen Sanasi. That's Sam Ewan. We're going to go over to the stage now where we're going to hear from Mert Mumtaz and Zuko Wilcox.
Zcash. Zcash is good.
Yes.
Privacy is normal.
Yes, we have cheers, we have applause. Yes, we're back on. AV team, awesome work. That was five of the toughest minutes of my professional career. But I am delighted we are back. All right. Introductions, let's keep them very, very quick now because we've probably burnt 5 minutes. Zuko, we just got yours. Brendan, let's hear from you.
JavaScript, Firefox, Brave, which is a user-first browser search engine and AI offering.
Brilliant. That was like we didn't start the fire. I like it. Ilya, you next.
Attention's all you need paper, near.
Amazing. Mert.
Solana, computers, and Twitter.
Excellent, nailed it. Thank you guys. Okay, so we're here to talk about why privacy still matters. We have the creator of JavaScript here, as you mentioned there, Brendan, running most of ad tech and the attention economy. So I want to ask if the web and the world can be relaunched for privacy. I mean, when we last spoke, you mentioned that privacy nihilism isn't the answer. So are you saying there's hope in the age of AI?
Yes, but users have to be aware of what they can do. They have to have a choice of a product that works for them, and then they have to choose it. And a lot of users don't know about Brave, for instance, or don't know about Zcash, don't know about Solana and things built on it that preserve privacy, don't know about Near.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a bit of a UX issue, don't we? We've got to kind of create the systems that allows people to use privacy-enabled protocols without even thinking about it. I mean, Ilya, one thing that I know you're working on is DCML, Decentralized Confidential Machine Learning. Can you talk us through that and how that might help create a platform for the kind of world that Brendan's talking about?
Yeah, I think crucially, as AI becoming a bigger part of our life, and more importantly, it's becoming how we perceive information, how we analyze, how we make decisions. It is important that similarly how Zcash enables private money, we have private AI, private data around it as well. And so DCML is really an infrastructure to enable this from both how do you gather decentralized and confidential compute around the world, and then provide it to the users in an easy way that it's available in all of the usual endpoints that they're already using.
Yeah. Absolutely. So in this particular cycle, it seems like privacy is becoming a more in vogue topic. We're obviously focusing a whole event on it here, and it's obviously the focus of what Midnight is building. Do we think that, what do we hope to see happen in this cycle? And Zuko, I'll put this question to you. In which cases is privacy better, and in which cases is transparency better? Obviously, we have this notion of rational privacy. What does that mean to you?
Well, what is this notion of rational privacy?
Yeah, so we're talking about, in which situations do we want privacy, and in which situations do we want transparency?
We want privacy as the normal thing for end users because that's what they want and expect. Like the best user experience is when the thing just does what you wanted, like naturally, without you doing anything. If you take anyone and you
you let them do something like buy a coffee, and then you say, so now who do you expect is like tracking and recording what you just did? Well, or who do you want? Like they definitely, their intention was just to buy the coffee, and their intention was not to share that information with anyone else, right? You want transparency for the public to scrutinize things like CEXs or financial institutions that are custodying a whole bunch of money on other people's part. Or nowadays we have DEXs and AMMs and things like that are and smart contracts that are sort of useful to the public, and the smart contracts and the institutions could potentially really screw things up for a lot of people. And that's a great use case for transparency. How about all those things just operate 100% transparently so that everyone can scrutinize at every moment what they're doing?
Yeah, absolutely. And does the rest of the panel agree here or have anything to add?
Sure, if you're using an exchange, you don't want someone rigging bids or front running. That transparency is important in these public spaces or goods. And also in large counterparty situations in business, transparency among all the parties is important.
Yeah, absolutely. And one part of the question I asked earlier was, there's a feeling that this cycle might be different. Mert, I'd like to bring you in here. You're obviously helping people build on Solana. You're also an angel investor. What are you expecting to see come to the fore in this particular cycle that will help privacy, rights improve?
Sure. First, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Perfectly.
So, before I answer that question, for the former question, I would also add that the things that you want to be private are generally things at the individual level. So, for example, trading, you want your trades to be private until the result is actually public, and then that's reflected in markets and prices and all these different things. It's the same in democracy, like voting, right? You don't want to tell people who you voted for necessarily. I mean, you can, but like you want the option to selectively reveal that, right? Like you don't want people judging you for voting for such and such, but then the results should be public. Okay, so that's that question. In terms of what needs to happen, I think a good framing on this is like you can think of crypto as like that civilization technology tree if people have played that game, which is to say you kind of start with Bitcoin, and then Bitcoin kind of had three problems. One was legitimacy, right? Like Bitcoin, we needed to first make sure that people were going to use it, that it was possible to even use. And then, Vitalik and Ethereum came along, and then Anatoly and Solana, and we're like, actually, we also need to make this programmable and scalable. But then there's kind of the third tree, or the third branch of that tree, which is privacy, right? Like the industry was created literally by the cypherpunks who their entire mandate is using cryptography to enhance open source code and privacy, right? And so that's kind of like this unsolved, or let's say underdeveloped part of the branch. And I think a lot of it currently was that we need to raise awareness that we actually have slept on this for way too long, right? And now that everything has been legalized in crypto, launching tokens and all this stuff, we need to also legalize the core part of the industry, which is privacy, right? Like there's people in prison for writing privacy code, which is pretty ridiculous considering that there's people scamming people and not being in prison, right? And so you have to shift the Overton window. And then I think the tech part, like obviously ZK needed to make a lot of advancements. When the Zcash guys released it, it was literally, I think, the first ever implementation of it in any system. And so now that there's many more people working on it, it's definitely now like you have this alignment of stars of the tech and the Overton window all kind of coming together.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's look at privacy as not just a Web 2 problem, but also as a crypto problem. Thank you for that, Mert, by the way. A16Z just released a report establishing it as, there's a fundamental need for adoption, privacy is fundamental, for crypto adoption at scale. So privacy is being pointed out as something that we absolutely need to take things to the next level. How would you guys describe the state of privacy in crypto? Ilya, I'd like to start with you, and then to Brendan, because you certainly pulled an interesting face when I said that. Ilya first, though.
Yeah, so maybe just to mention as well, philosophically, what we want from this decentralized kind of systems is actually verifiability. We want verifiability, we want censorship resistance. The only way we knew how to do this historically is by effectively making everything transparent so everybody can validate it. Zero knowledge is introduced a new concept where you can validate things without actually seeing the exact transitions. Now, from adoption perspective, indeed, it's been a very slow start, right? Zcash existed for a long time, even before, I remember when I was just starting in crypto, Zcash already existed. And it was really hard to access it, to accept it. At the same time, we have a challenge with people adopting crypto because, if I want to pay for my morning coffee or something else, like I don't want to see, like now the merchants see, what else I have an account, right? And so kind of the need for two things. One is how do you easily, store encrypted money? And then how do you easily pay for anything anywhere, right? Those are effectively two needs. And so, Zuko can talk more, but obviously Zashi introduced a very easy way with their wallet to store Zcash and access it. And then with near intents, we made it really easy now to go in and out into any other address, any other network. So Jack with Square, they launched Bitcoin payments, and right away, the Zashi wallet just works with it because it's just a Bitcoin address that you can pay with your Zcash. So that's kind of the level of interoperability, kind of unified liquidity that is needed to really make this extremely useful and adopted.
Let's head to Brendan.
Yeah. For crypto, it seems like there are still people out there trying to get you to fingerprint yourself on the blockchain or on a L2, like maybe Base. And I think a lot of users are naive about this, but if you read some of the tweets, I'm glad Mert said Twitter, from people at big crypto outfits, you see that they're practically drooling over the idea that you're going to just put all your transactions on a transparent chain or chains. And I think that needs to be something people avoid. So we have to have things like near intents. We have to have usability. I'm looking forward to Midnight because of the deeper, zero knowledge proof use to allow selective disclosure and do DeFi things, more complex transactions. It has to be easy. It has to be super easy.
Yeah, completely take your point on UX. I think it's as you suggest, it's a core way to build trust. Zuko, what are your thoughts there? I saw you nodding.
What I was thinking was, it has to be easy. And then I was thinking, so I'm a huge fan of Brave. I was thinking I can always recommend Brave to people, and it's even better than saying, so here's something that'll never work, is say, use this thing because it's more secure, but you just have to learn a bunch of new sort of OPSEC behavior, and then you can be more secure. Very few people want to do that. And then there's, use this thing, it's going to be more secure and protect you better, but it's really just like the other things, like Coke versus Pepsi, but you should choose this one because it's better for you. That's okay, maybe, I guess. But then Brave is fantastic. I just tell people, use Brave because there's no ads on the internet. And everything's faster. It's just way better. And that's a winning sell. So I'm trying to think, how does that apply to privacy or to like crypto, to other products besides Brave? Can we offer people something that is actually protecting them more and actually giving them more control over disclosure about themselves, but it's also just way easier and faster and simpler and more reliable, et cetera. And what Ilya was saying about Near and Zashi, I think it's pretty close to that. Like, it's way easier to buy things from my Zcash wallet through Near Intents than with a credit card. It's way, way easier.
Near intent is great. Yeah. There's a problem in crypto that you're still dealing with people who expect you to learn how to use self-custody the hard way, and that's not for most users. But if the alternative is custodial and you're fingerprinted, that's bad too. So we have to work on product. We have to make it super easy. I think there are incentives for people to use things like Brave based on blocking YouTube ads and making the internet faster by blocking all the tracking, all the bad JavaScript. My evil child, but but for privacy, I think there's a pressing issue now, which is AI. A lot of people know that if you're talking to a chatbot, as Sam Altman warned, it may be discovered later. The logs may be retained, they may be subpoenaed. So a lot of people and businesses are thinking twice about this. And when you see agentic browsers come out, which can be popped through a crafted Reddit post or crafted image through indirect prompt injection, I know a lot of companies that have banned these things. You don't want to rush into this and lose all your cryptos and your bank data and your dollars and your health data. So privacy is on people's minds the more they interact with AI agents, in my opinion.
Great stuff. Let me move this conversation on quickly because we've only got about 6 minutes left. I'd like to ask what you consider to be the biggest threat to the fundamentals of privacy today. Mert, if I can send that your way.
Sure. Ilya, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that
jump in.
The idea of better product through privacy, I think in the case of AI is even greater because compared to kind of non-private products, which is inherently will be limited on how much access they can have to your company's data, to your personal data, to your financial data, medical data, etc. AI is actually getting better while accessing more context about you. And so private AI is actually going to be a better product because it just knows so much more about you. And you are safe giving this data, and also company that provides you or infrastructure that provides you doesn't have to deal with those regulations and limitations that currently exist. Go ahead, Mert.
Good point.
Yeah, thank you, Ilya. Sorry about that. The video feed is running a few seconds behind the audio, so I'm missing a few cues from you guys. Let's go on to that other question that I pointed out, Mert, just to remind you. The question was, what do you consider to be the biggest threat right now to the fundamentals of privacy?
Ooh, well, so that's a very hard question. It probably depends somewhat on where you are in life in terms of circumstance. Like if you have multiple passports, it's probably different than if you are, I don't know, in a place with a different type of government structure. I think like the thing that you have the least control over, but that probably affects you the most, is just going to be the lawmakers and how people decide to rule. Like for example, just when we were still on the Zoom here, I saw a post on Twitter about how the US or somebody now makes it such that they want to see all your offshore holdings in crypto as well. And it's like there's always these sorts of things that seem like they're good in theory and like maybe harmless, but then they kind of keep shifting the window over until you just have zero privacy left, and you don't necessarily see it. And so I think like the biggest fundamental threat is going to be always at that level, because as engineers, like you can't just break the law. You have to still do everything within the law, but you can solve physics-based problems, right? So that's all those problems are soluble. The things that are going to be the most fundamental are going to be the things that require coordination across, voters and people for actually what the type of government that they want. Everything else, as David Deutsch says, is soluble.
Yeah. Would anyone like to add to that? I know, Brendan, when we talked before, you mentioned about VPNs actually being a bit of an issue for privacy, and a lot of them being built on a kind of trust me, bro mentality.
Well, yeah, and by the way, what Mert was referring to, breaking, White House to tax Americans' foreign crypto accounts. Proposed IRS rule and CARF membership would let the U.S. government track Americans' crypto abroad for taxation. Anyway, just wanted to share that. Coin Bureau is the handle on X, Twitter. So yeah, one of the things we didn't talk about was network privacy, because people are are using an IP address that often is fairly stable, especially at home, and they're contacting servers, and people can track that. They can fingerprint you from it. They can do things that you don't like that should be detected by certificate transparency, but may not be. So there are options like Tor, which actually build in the private window option in Brave. There's Project NIM, Harry Halpin and team. There's VPNs, which have that trust me bro problem, because who's running the VPS and what ISPs are they using and where are the exit nodes and what are they doing with all the metadata and they can scrape or log. I think things like NIM and Tor are still interesting. There's Private Relay from Apple, which has two hops and two parties to trust, Apple and Cloudflare. There are things like that coming. Oblivious DNS HTTP. Privacy is coming to us on the network level, but again, users have to use it. It has to be super easy to use. It should be the default if possible.
2 thumbs up for NIM, NYM. It's like a VPN, but without the trust me bro part.
Great stuff. I'm going to jump in quickly. I've got time for one more question, but I'm going to need you guys to do the we didn't start the fire thing with the question. So make it very quick. I want to ask, what does a truly optimized for privacy internet look like? It's a big question, but in as short, maybe 1 or 2 sentences as you can, what is that? Zuko, I'll ask you first.
It just does what my mom would expect and want, which is that information about her goes to people that she intentionally wished to share it with and no one else. That's all.
Amazing. Thank you. Ilya.
I think the final product is going to be AI assistant that mediates how you access internet and do everything. And this AI assistant must be private and be on your side at all times. And so it will go and figure out everything from there.
Amen.
Brilliant. Thank you. And Mert.
I don't quite remember the question.
Sure. In as simple terms as possible, what does a truly optimized for privacy internet look like?
The user has a choice. The user is sovereign. Anything you do on the internet can and will be used against you. Do everything with that in mind. Use Zcash, use Brave.
Nice. Just shilling. Brendan, you get the final word.
I'm going to quote from Iron Man 1, the greatest. Jarvis, are you up? For you, sir, always. I'd like to open a new project file, index this Mark II. Shall I store this in the Stark Industries central database? I don't know who to trust right now. Till further notice, why don't we just keep everything on my private server? Working on a secret project, are we, sir? I don't want this winding up in the wrong hands. Maybe in mine might actually do some good. We want Jarvis. I agree with Ilya, and it has to be private, by default, by construction.
Amazing. Everyone, please, panel, thank you so much for joining. A big round of applause for the panel. Okay, and also a big round of applause for the AV team for sorting out the sound on the fly. That's always tricky when that happens, yes. Okay, so we now move towards the end of the day. Time to offer some reflections.